Good evening, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you some live coverage on a story that, it developed earlier today, but we were busy a little earlier covering the space launch, so I wanted to cover it anyway. The Ukraine has fired, earlier today, Ukraine fired US-made ATACMS long-range missiles into Russia for the first time. And also today, Russian President Putin officially lowered Russia's threshold for using nuclear weapons. Is it posturing by Russia, empty threats? Are they signaling they are going to respond to the Ukraine use of ATACMS strongly? We do not know. So we're going to bring you updates on this. We're going to take some comments and questions on the year from you, get you up to date. And you can write to me during the broadcast at Lookner on X is where to reach me, at Lookner on X. And also, I want to say thanks to all of our moderators who are here. We have Carms and Roberts Mayqueen who are here. Thank you so much. Ruth Krafasi is here on YouTube over there. Oh, thanks to Darren K, our member. I appreciate that. We have on, hold on, I'm just pulling it up here. Over there on Twitch, we have moderating, Sarah's there. Thanks so much, Sarah, for being there. And we have Linda Belk and Larry who moderate for us on X. And we have our Facebook moderators. Really appreciate you being there. Kay Lowry Body is there right now. Thank you. Oh, I'm just pulling up the chat here. Why is it being like this? Okay. Kay is there. Thanks, Kay, for modding. And hey, a special shout out to our Kick viewers. It is only our second time on Kick. We are testing out Kick platform. People like Demos, Level 22 Skeleton over there, Bo, Samurai Projects, Zenialis, So DiCaprio, Trant Ans, and others. Thanks for being there over there on Kick. Okay, let's start and get into this. Oh, and thanks to our new member, Angie. I really appreciate that, Angie. Okay. Oh, and by the way, I do want to pull up the deep state map. You know what? Should I pull let me just see. There might be a better map for me. Hold on. Hold on a second here. Hang on a moment here. There was a nice diagram I had that I wanted to show you. Yes, here it is. I'm going to post a link to this too. So here's a little diagram from the Institute for the Study of War to illustrate what we're talking about with these ATACMS. I'm going to post a link to this map in the chat right now. Okay, so you can pull it up if you want from the Institute for the Study of War. I just posted the link. So it's an interactive map of, it shows you the range of ATACMS, US-made ATACMS missiles. So these are these long-range missiles, 190 miles max range. And a couple days ago, it was reported that President Biden was now allowing Ukraine to shoot these missiles into Russia, which they'd not been allowed to do before. They'd been allowed to use them against Russian forces in Ukraine, but they hadn't been allowed to shoot them into Russia. So now they can shoot them into Russia, and you can see this black line here is the range of the ATACMS. Doesn't reach to Moscow, but that's the range of the ATACMS. And the red dots, this was a map from August, Russian military and paramilitary objects in range of ATACMS. So you can mess around with this map and look at it more closely and everything. But I just want to give you a sense of what we're talking about here. Okay. So, earlier today, for the first time ever, and by the way, this is something that Putin has said a couple months ago is going to be a huge deal and it's going to be it's a red line, but Russia's had a bunch of red lines, so not clear exactly how strong a reaction there will be from Russia for this. But for earlier today, for the first time ever, Ukraine fired ATACMS missiles. ATACMS missiles into Russia for the first time. So we're going to talk about that. Kozak thinks Putin won't do anything. Yeah, there's a mine story. We'll talk about it in a second. We'll talk about it shortly. Everybody always wants a different topic. No one's ever happy with the topic we're covering. Everybody always wants to switch the topic. How about just being happy that we're covering this and then waiting until we get to something else? It's like the new trend in the chat. Okay. So you can see here, Ukraine fires several US-made longer-range missiles into Russia for the first time. We'll also in a second get to this. Putin lowers the threshold for using his nuclear arsenal after Biden's arms decision for Ukraine. Going to cover both of those things. Okay, we'll get to your comments in a second. By the way, quick thanks to our members, Dashib, Ron Dykman, Debbie Weeks, Jaybird, Sven Hoke. Thanks to Martin Gingrich. Thanks also to our members like Linda Cosma, Kawana, Robin, Eamon O'Leary, Angelina Knox. Thanks for being members on YouTube. Okay, Ukraine fired several American-supplied longer-range missiles into Russia, officials said today, marking the first time Ukraine had used the weapons that way in 1,000 days of war. Yes, there have been 1,000 days since the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The use of the Army Tactical Missile System, known as ATACMS, came as Russian President Putin formally lowered the threshold for using nuclear weapons, opening the door to a potential nuclear response by Moscow to even a conventional attack by any nation supported by a nuclear power. I know that sounds kind of confusing. That could include Ukrainian attacks backed by the US. Now, let me just say this, by the way. Russia can do what it wants with its nuclear weapons. So they have like an official nuclear weapons use policy, which they make public, and then they changed it. I guess they were talking about changing it for months, but it got announced today. But they don't have to stick to that. So just to be clear, it's their own policy, but they can do whatever they want. So when you hear about them, giving their policy on new nuclear weapons, you should think about it as like them signaling something to the rest of the world. But again, it's not like someone else is going to enforce this. It's not like if they don't stick to their own policy, someone's going to, somebody has a power to punish them for that. It's their policy. They can do what they want. Okay. So again, we'll talk about the policy in a second. A Telegram channel affiliated with the Ukrainian military posted a video today that it says shows U.S.-supplied ATACMS missiles being fired from an undisclosed location in Ukraine. The AP could not independently verify the date and location the video was filmed. Yeah, there's one picture from this Telegram channel that it says shows an ATACMS missile being fired from Ukraine. Now, was this one of them that was fired into Russia? I don't know. And then here's another one here. Here's another picture from, I'm guessing it's the same Telegram channel. Hang on a second here. According to a U.S. official, Ukraine fired about 8 of the ATACMS missiles, and just 2 were intercepted by the Russians. I think I read that the Russians claimed they intercepted 5 of 6. Again, a U.S. official told AP that Russia intercepted 2 of 8. The official said that the U.S. was still assessing battle damage, but that the missiles struck an ammunition supply location in Karachev, a city of about 18,000 people in Russia's Bryansk region. The official spoke in the condition of anonymity. The developments, says AP, marked a worrying escalation in the conflict that has repeatedly ratcheted up international tensions. U.S. officials recently expressed dismay at Russia's deployment of North Korean troops to help fight in Ukraine, while Moscow seethed when Washington eased restrictions on the ATACMS in recent days. By the way, multiple outlets reported that a big reason that Biden is letting the Ukraine shoot U.S. ATACMS missiles into Russian territory is that Biden and other Western countries are very concerned about this influx of North Korean troops into Russia to fight against Ukraine. These ATACMS could end up being used on North Korean troops. We don't know. The North Korean troops are reportedly going to help Russia try to get land back in Kursk region, close to the border with Ukraine, that Ukraine has taken. So they would be, in theory, in range of these missiles. Ukraine claimed Tuesday that it had hit a military weapons depot in Russia's Bryansk region overnight, though it didn't specify what weapons it used. Asked at a news conference if Ukraine had struck the Bryansk region ammunition depot with ATACMS, Ukraine's President Zelensky declined to provide any details. However, he said Ukraine has long-range capabilities, including domestically produced long-range drones, and now we have ATACMS as well. In a statement carried by the Russian news agencies, the Russian Defense Ministry claimed that their military shot down 5 ATACMS missiles and damaged 1 more. The fragments fell on the territory of an unspecified military facility and sparked a fire, but didn't cause any damage or casualties, Russia claimed. Neither side's claims could be independently verified. Now, Ukraine has been able during the war to reach deeper into Russia, but with drones rather than missiles. These missiles would carry bigger payloads than drones. All right, let me take some comments from you guys on this. Sambino thinks we will not know the truth about the ATACMS strikes, about the ones that have already happened. I wouldn't be surprised if there's more. Sly Tomato says, never believe a Russian. Certainly, I would take things the Russian Defense Ministry says with a grain of salt. Dissy, our viewer on Twitch, says, funny how some Americans care about blaming their own president more than they do about a country defending itself against totalitarianism. Our viewer Mark says, more escalation, not good. K Overcash says we should be concerned. Thousands of North Korean soldiers seems like escalation to me. Douthis says somehow Russia says it always says it starts a small fire. Sea Turtle thinks Zelensky has no idea what he's doing. J-Boss says Putin must be stopped. Thanks, by the way, to Martin Gingrich, who says, China makes me nervous. Mom of 457 Rose, thank you. Tracy Hankum as well. Tracy says Russia is using North Korean artillery and soldiers. I'm not sure if they're using artillery. Maybe they are. I'm not positive about that. Sven Hoke thinks Putin is bluffing. Let's talk a little bit about this too. Putin lowers the threshold for using his nuclear arsenal after Biden's arms decision for Ukraine. Remember, a couple days ago, it was announced that Biden was finally letting, after months of them asking, Biden was finally letting Ukraine use these long-range ATACMS missiles, US-made, against targets on Russian territory. So you can see here, AP says, President Putin today formally lowered the threshold for Russia's use of its nuclear weapons, a move that follows President Biden's decision to let Ukraine strike targets inside Russian territory with American-supplied longer-range missiles. The new doctrine allows for a potential nuclear response by Moscow, even to a conventional attack on Russia, a non-nuclear attack on Russia, by any nation that is supported by a nuclear power. Well, so in theory, that would apply to Ukraine, right, being supported by the US. As we said earlier, Russia's defense ministry said Ukraine fired 6 US-made ATACMS missiles early Tuesday at a military facility in Russia's Bryansk region that borders Ukraine. Russia claimed they shot down 5 of the 6 and damaged 1 more. A US official told AP that only 2 of the 8 missiles were shot down. Ukraine claimed the strike hit a Russian ammunition depot. While the nuclear doctrine envisions a possible nuclear response by Russia to such a conventional strike, it is formulated broadly to avoid a firm commitment to use nuclear weapons and keep Putin's options open. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov emphasized that the Ukrainian strike in Bryansk marked an escalation and urged the US and other Western allies to study the new modernized nuclear doctrine. The Russian foreign minister said, if the long-range missiles are used from the territory of Ukraine against the Russian territory, it will mean they are controlled by American military experts, and we will view that as a qualitatively new phase of the Western war against Russia and respond accordingly, he said. The approval of the new nuclear policy demonstrates Putin's readiness to tap his nuclear arsenal to force the West to back down as Moscow presses a slow-moving offensive in Ukraine as the war reaches its 1000th day. I'll read this as well. Asked today if a Ukrainian attack with longer-range U.S. missiles could potentially trigger a nuclear response, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov answered affirmatively, pointing to the doctrine's provision that holds the door open for it after a conventional strike that raises critical threats for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Russia and its ally Belarus. Commenting on whether the updating doctrine was deliberately issued to follow Biden's decision, Putin spokesperson Peskov said the document was published in a timely manner and that Putin instructed the government to update it earlier this year so that it is in line with the current situation. By the way, Putin first announced changes in the nuclear doctrine in September, but he made it official today. He has previously warned the US and other NATO allies that allowing Ukraine to use Western-supplied, longer-range weapons to hit Russian territory would mean Russia and NATO are at war. What do you guys think? I'm going to ask a poll question now. My poll question is going to be, will Russia respond by using a nuclear weapon? Evelyn in Maine says, great, now we have to think. Posting this in the chat right now. Posting it in the chat. One of our viewers said, the fact we're even polling this is insane. Kulfangaran says, no, they will not, would be suicide. Wu Fufu said, yes, they will respond. Well, remember, I asked a specific question about response, which is, will they respond by using a nuclear weapon? Energetic Giraffe says, God, I hope not. Dissy says, absolutely not. Dino Nuggy said, I'm scared. Captain Jerry Donnelly says, how are ATACMS protected from Russian counterattacks? I don't know enough how they protect. I mean, for example, ATACMS are ground launched. So they could launch them, for example, from an area where they have air defense. That would be one way to protect them, is you could protect the launchers with air defense. Also, maybe they can launch them from mobile launchers where you fire them and then you just try to quickly get away. So that's certainly a reasonable question, but I'm not an expert on military stuff, so I can't give you insight on that. Russia, in theory, can shoot down ATACMS missiles with their anti-defense, with their air defense. Thank you so much, Captain Jerry Donnelly. Let me show you what our viewers are saying here. I asked you guys, I said, will Russia respond to Ukraine using American-made ATACMS missiles to hit Russian territory? I said, will they respond by using a nuclear weapon? 1/3 of our YouTube viewers thinks Russia's going to use a nuclear weapon to respond. See what Twitch said. On Twitch, it is 19%. Lethal Old Fart says more saber rattling. Rosemary Randolph says, I hope not. Kyle thinks they'll respond, but not nuclear. Jeremy says that will be the end of Putin if he does. Thank you so much, Beefy McWhat now. Who thinks Trump will tell Putin to hang on for the remaining time. Trump wants this to end. This is not necessary. Now, by the way, Trump could reverse this decision of Biden's to allow Ukraine to use the ATACMS on Russian territory. I had seen someone last night. I forget who it was. It was some analyst, some expert on the region. And their take was that Putin could use a nuclear weapon in the next 2 months because then it would be seen as a response to Biden, and Trump could come in and say, well, say that's a response to Biden. And they could work something out after that. I don't know. It was the thought of this person was somehow that the fact that Biden only had 2 months left would make Putin thinks it's more okay, it's more worth it, or it's less risky to use a weapon in the next couple months. I don't know what to tell you about that. I'm just telling you it was a take I read. I'm probably not doing the take justice, but that was the basic idea. Hey, thanks to Brian Beelman, who says, what a thing. And the Polish drunk, who says, no nukes from Russia. Trump will cut funding to Ukraine and settle the war with 2014 borders. Well, 2014 borders would involve Russia giving up a lot of land it's taken in southeastern Ukraine. Ukraine agrees not to join NATO? Take it to the bank, says the Polish drunk. That's what the Polish drunk thinks. Thanks, Martin Gingrich. Maybe we'll do another poll a little later. Thank you, Martin Gingrich. How will NATO respond if they do? I don't know that I want to get into multiple hypothetical levels of possible nuclear back and forth. Thank you, Martin. We'll see. Our viewer, Hansy Man, says, wouldn't a nuclear test be a more natural reaction? Why escalate so far? It's an interesting suggestion from Hansy Man, a nuclear test. All right, I'm wrapping up the poll. 34% on YouTube said that Russia's going to respond with a nuclear weapon. 19% on Twitch. Even 19% is pretty high. Let's see here. Here's a little more about the new Russian nuclear threshold, their new nuclear policy document. By the way, this says here, in terms of Biden's approving the ATACMS use being fired into Russian territory, a U.S. national security official told AP that the arrival of thousands of North Korea soldiers to take part in combat operations against Ukraine was a major escalation by Moscow that demanded a response. The updated nuclear doctrine of Russia says an attack against Russia by a non-nuclear power with the participation or support of a nuclear power will be seen as their joint attack on the Russian Federation. It says any massive aerial attack on Russia could trigger a nuclear response, but avoids any firm commitment and mentions the uncertainty of scale, time, and place of possible use of nuclear deterrent among the key principles of nuclear deterrence. The document also notes that an aggression against Russia by a member of a military bloc or coalition is viewed as an aggression by the entire bloc, a clear reference to NATO. At the same time, it spells out conditions for using nuclear weapons in greater detail compared with previous versions of the doctrine, noting it could be used in case of a massive air attack involving ballistic and cruise missiles, aircrafts, drones, and other flying vehicles. A non-nuclear attack. The new formulation appears to significantly broaden the triggers for possible nuclear weapons use compared with the document's previous version, which stated that Russia could tap its atomic arsenal in case of an attack with ballistic missiles. So now something like a massive drone attack, in theory, could be enough. We'll talk some more about this. Vicky Contavespi says, mutually assured madness. Eddie Collins says, Putin ain't going to do blank. It would be the end of Russia as a country. By the way, thanks to Firestar, who thinks if Russia did an above-ground nuclear test, it would warrant a response from NATO to go into Ukraine. A nuclear test is bad for the entire world. Fallout would impact countries around Ukraine. It would be an attack on NATO countries. That's what Firestar this is. Thanks also Captain Jerry Donnelly, who thinks Ukraine needs THAAD to protect ATACMS. That I can't speak to. I don't have that military expertise. Thank you, Captain Jerry Donnelly. Let's show you something a little different here. Oh, I might even have a video. Ooh, I think I might have a little video for you. Hang on. One moment here. I have a little video I'm going to show you here. Okay, we'll show that to you in a second. Good. Do I have another one to show you too? You can see here. Ukraine hits Russia with US ATACMS missiles for first time on war's 1,000th. I can't say it. I keep wanting to say thousandth. It's not thousandth. Thousandth. That's what it is. Remember, Ukraine already had US-made ATACMS, but they were only allowed to use them in Ukraine. So, for example, on Russian forces who were occupying some of Ukraine. Now they can use them on Russian territory. By the way, thanks to Table 10s. Table 10 says, I don't think Putin will use nuclear for an attack, but will use hypersonic missiles or more drones. Oh, on something? I think that might have been some sort of joke there by Table 10s at the end. Thank you, Larry Picklejar, for your support as well. Larry Picklejar, who thinks Putin is old, weak, and impotent. He will do nothing. Thank you to Dino Nuggies on Twitch and Fur for subscribing on Twitch. I'm going to show you a little of this, but let me show you a little video here that Reuters posted with this article. Let's watch this. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. I think this is going to work. Then we'll talk about it. All right, here we go.
Ukraine used a U.S. missile system to strike deep into Russian territory for the first time on Tuesday. That's according to Moscow, which said Kyiv deployed what the U.S. calls the Army Tactical Missile System, or ATACMS. Russia said its forces shot down 5 or 6 missiles fired at a military facility in the Bryansk region, causing no casualties or damage. Ukraine said it had struck a Russian arms depot around 110 kilometers or 70 miles inside Russia and caused secondary explosions. It did not specify what weapons it had used. ATACMS have a range of 40 to 190 miles. For most of the year, Washington has instructed Kyiv not to use American weapons to strike inside Russian territory. But President Joe Biden gave approval just this week for Ukraine to use the ATACMS missiles for such strikes. Military experts say U.S. missiles can help Ukraine defend a pocket of Russian territory it has captured over the summer, but they are not likely to change the course of the 33-month-old war. More consequential changes in the U.S. posture are expected when President-elect Donald Trump returns to power in 2 months, having pledged to end the war quickly, without saying how. In an address to Ukraine's parliament, President Volodymyr Zelensky said the war's decisive moments would come in the next year.
Little summary there from Reuters. Hang on. By the way, as the summary said, Russia claimed they shot down 5 missiles and damaged a 6th, whereas a U.S. official said Russia intercepted 2 of 8 missiles and that the strike was at an ammunition supply point. President Biden gave approval this week for Russia or Ukraine to use ATACMS, the longest-range missiles Washington has supplied for such attacks inside Russia. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said the use of the ATACMS was a clear signal the West wanted to escalate the conflict. Moscow has said the ATACMS cannot be launched at Russian territory without direct U.S. operational support, and their use would make Washington a direct combatant in the war, prompting Russian retaliation. Ukraine has long deployed drones to hit targets deep inside Russian territory, including airfields and sites associated with energy. Oh, by the way, there was a drone attack also. Russia's defense ministry said air defense units destroyed 42 Ukrainian drones in at least 8 southern and central regions between 9 p.m. and 11:55 p.m. on Tuesday. But the ATACMS missiles would carry a much bigger payload than the drones would. Military experts say using the U.S. missiles can help Ukraine defend a pocket of captured Russian territory in the Kursk region that's right across the border as a bargaining chip, but was not likely to have a decisive impact on the 33-month-old war. In part as the move comes far too late. I think we read some analysis a couple days ago in the Washington Post that said a reason Biden wanted to let Ukraine use these ATACMS on Russian territory is to help them keep hold of their gains in the Kursk region of Russia. Because if Ukraine keeps a hold of that Russian land, they could use it as a bargaining chip in the anticipated possible upcoming negotiations under the Trump administration. The ATACMS range of 300 kilometers is much shorter than some missiles that Moscow has used to strike Ukraine, including Russia's hypersonic Kinzhal weapon with a reported range of up to 2,000 kilometers. Also, as we mentioned, today, Russian President Putin signed a new nuclear doctrine that appeared intended as a warning to Washington. The new nuclear doctrine lowers the threshold under which Russia might use an atomic weapon to include responding to attacks that threaten its territorial integrity. Washington said the update to the nuclear doctrine was no surprise and rejected more of the same irresponsible rhetoric from Russia. Thanks, by the way, to IndyCar. IndyCar thinks lower yield nukes are most likely to be used, as they are launched by fixed distance weapons, so no one thinks it's a ballistic launch. That would force other nations into immediate response. Well, I mean, you know, if Russia were to use a nuclear weapon, I certainly hope they don't. Maybe they would use a low-yield one in Ukraine to send a message. I remember this being talked about months and months ago, or maybe like the last couple of years being talked about this possibility. Let's hope it doesn't happen. Thanks also Sega and Dr. Fatbird. and Anne, our new member. David Simon thinks people have no clue what war is. Richard Brennan says U.S. dropped 2 nukes on Japan. I think it's going to be Russia's turn. NY committee thinks Russia still has the better hand than Ukraine. Russia simply has the bigger war chest. Once the U.S. stops letting Ukraine borrow from our war chest, it's over. Thomas Hall thinks Putin is full of hot air. Douthis says Russia also said if Ukraine gives up its nukes, then they wouldn't attack them, so who really cares what Russia is saying? T1428 says Russia has the right to defend itself. Thank you, Mo L. Mo L said the same thing. Thank you, Mo L from Australia, for your support. Submitch24 says, as does Ukraine. Hey, look at this article. It's an AP article. The Kremlin has revised its nuclear policy. Does that make the use of atomic weapons more likely? This is a photo of a Russian Yars strategic ballistic missiles launcher. That is a photo of an Iskander missile being loaded in a drill by Russian military. I'm just looking at these pictures here. There's Putin. That's in 2019, a Russian Poseidon nuclear-powered underwater drone being test-launched. Tu-95 nuclear-capable strategic bombers of the Russian Air Force in 2014. Russian nuclear submarines from 2021. You can see these photos have a theme. That is an intercontinental ballistic missile launch in 2022 in Russia. That is Russia mobile launchers launching Iskander short-range nuclear-capable missiles during an exercise. That is also a test firing in 2022 of an ICBM in Russia. Just going through these pictures here. A Russian bomber firing a cruise missile at test targets. That is a nuclear-capable strategic bomber of the Russian Air Force. So many pictures. Here, let's read a little of this. Miguel Cardona says, I don't see any point in Russia attacking Ukraine nuclearly. The Kremlin has revised its nuclear policy. Does that make the use of atomic weapons more likely? The 4-year-old document has a bland bureaucratic title, says AP. Basic Principles of State Policy on Nuclear Deterrence. But its contents are chilling, especially with its newest revisions. Better known as Russia's nuclear doctrine, the revamped version that was signed today by President Putin spells out the circumstances that allow him to use Moscow's atomic arsenal, the world's largest. This new version lowers the bar, giving him that option in response to even a conventional attack backed by a nuclear power. Doesn't have to be a nuclear attack, doesn't have to be a nuclear power conducting the attack. That possibility could include the use of US-supplied ATACMS missiles by Ukraine to hit Russian territory, which Russia said already happened today when 6 missiles hit the Bryansk region. So again, in theory allows for a nuclear response to a conventional attack by a non-nuclear power backed by a nuclear power. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov emphasized that the ATACMS strikes could potentially be a trigger for a nuclear response under the revised document. I'm going to read a couple comments and read a little more of this. Our viewer Supertype says, unless Putin is sick of living, that is not a realistic threat. Dollcleek says they keep pressing Russia's buttons. Al Bundy thinks the doctrine means they will hit Ukraine first in case it comes to it. Donald Mulligan says, more drama for Queen of Drama Putin. Jessica Marie Villalobos says, Trump will calm him down, it'll be fine. Zinialis says, I hope NATO reads the fine print. Yes, today was the first day that Ukraine used these missiles, US-made missiles, ATACMS missiles to strike Russian territory. Thanks, by the way, so much to, hold on a second. I owe a couple thank yous here. Give me a moment. Just give me one moment. Quick thanks, by the way, to Crypto King for your support. Thanks for shouting out the mods, Crypto King. Also, we have our viewer, Randy Samidi. Bass 300. Thank you, Bass 300. Also, thanks to all of our moderators. I really appreciate them being here. We have right now Roberts May Queen, Ruth Krafasi, Linda Belk and Larry on X, over on Twitch, Sarah and I Got That Fire on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body is there, Paul Anderson, thank you. And this is news that came out earlier today. We didn't really have time to cover it earlier today because we were covering the space launch, but I wanted to cover it, so we're covering it right now. By the way, thanks to Ma Florida for the gift sub over there on Twitch. I really appreciate that. So let's read a little more of this article about this new nuclear doctrine from AP. What is Russia's nuclear doctrine? Its first iteration, its first version was signed by Putin in 2020, and he approved the latest version today. According to the Kremlin, it outlines when Russia could dip into its atomic arsenal. Since Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, Putin and other Kremlin voices have frequently threatened the West with its nuclear arsenal. But that hasn't deterred Kyiv's allies from giving it billions of dollars of advanced weapons, some of which have already hit Russian soil. The revamped document describes nuclear weapons as a means of deterrence, noting their use as an extreme and compelled measure. It declares that Russia takes all necessary efforts to reduce the nuclear threat and prevent aggravation of interstate relations that could trigger military conflicts, including nuclear ones. Of course, those measures it takes does not include stopping their invasion of Ukraine. Such nuclear deterrence is aimed at safeguarding the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the state, deterring a potential aggressor, or in case of military conflict, preventing an escalation of hostilities and stopping them on conditions acceptable for the Russian Federation, the document says. Nuclear deterrence is aimed to ensure that any potential adversary realizes the inevitability of retribution in case of an aggression against Russia and its allies, it says. While formulated broadly to avoid a firm commitment to nuclear use and keep the West guessing at Moscow's response, the modernized version spells out conditions under which Putin could use a nuclear option in response to a non-nuclear conventional strike. Changes in the doctrine have been in the works for months, and it's no coincidence that Tuesday's announcement of a new version follows by 2 days Washington's decision to allow Ukraine to use such longer-range missiles to hit targets in Russia. For months, President Biden has been weighing the risks of such an escalation. What triggers a Russian nuclear response under this doctrine? The doctrine says Moscow could use nuclear weapons in response to the use of nuclear and other types of weapons of mass destruction against Russia or its allies, as well as in the event of aggression against Russia and Belarus with conventional weapons that threaten their sovereignty and/or territorial integrity. Any aggression by Russia against Russia, any aggression against Russia by a non-nuclear power, such as Ukraine, with the participation or support of a nuclear power, like the US, will be seen as their joint attack on Russia, the document says. It adds that nuclear weapons could be used in these scenarios. If reliable information is received about the launch of ballistic missiles targeting the territory of Russia or its allies. If nuclear weapons or other weapons of mass destruction strike the territory of Russia or its allies or are used to hit Russian military units or facilities abroad. If an enemy's impact on critically important Russian government or military facilities could undermine retaliatory nuclear strike capability. If aggression against Russia or Belarus involving conventional weapons raises a critical threat to their sovereignty and territorial integrity. I mean, a lot of this could be interpreted different ways. Whether something threatens Russia's sovereignty and territorial integrity. If reliable information is received about the takeoff or launch of strategic and tactical aircraft, cruise missiles, drones, hypersonic, or other flying vehicles and they're crossing the Russian border, the president can inform military and political leaders of other countries or international organizations about the readiness to use nuclear weapons or that he has already decided to use them. So again, like for example, this one here. I mean, in theory, if Ukraine is firing ATACMS, US-made ATACMS missiles at the Russian forces in Kursk, who are going to try to kick Ukraine forces out of the Kursk region in Russia, couldn't Putin just argue, well, that's a critical threat to our territorial integrity because these missiles are preventing us from getting our territory back. Therefore, firing missiles at our forces in the Kursk region qualifies as a nuclear weapons trigger, a trigger for us using nuclear weapons. I mean, you see what I'm saying is you can interpret these things various ways. You can interpret actions to fit. The same action, one person might say, oh, it fits these categories. Another might say it doesn't. It all depends on how you spin them. I'm going to take a couple comments now. Then we'll read this section. Is the use of nuclear weapons imminent? Line Jumper thinks Putin doesn't bluff. Captain Tripp says it's easy to tell the approximate age of people in the chat. The ones laughing and saying bring it on were definitely born after the Cold War ended. Hang on a moment here. Hang on. I got to reset something here. Autumn Fragrance says some nuclear weapons are very, very small. Hang on a second here. Wikipedia might say something about that. A tactical nuclear weapon or non-strategic nuclear weapon is a nuclear weapon designed to be used on a battlefield in military situations, mostly with friendly forces in proximity and perhaps even on contested friendly territory. Generally smaller in explosive power, they are defined in contrast to strategic nuclear weapons, which are designed mostly to be targeted at the enemy interior, far away from the warfront, against military bases, cities, towns, arms industries, and other hardened or large area targets to damage the enemy's ability to wage war. As of 2024, no tactical nuclear weapons have ever been used in combat. So these would be smaller than the big nuclear weapons. That's what one of our viewers was mentioning. The yield varies for tactical nuclear weapons from a fraction of a kiloton to approximately 50 kilotons. In comparison, a strategic nuclear weapon has a yield from 100 kilotons to over a megaton. Speculation of use in the Russian invasion of Ukraine, says Wikipedia. During the Russian invasion of Ukraine, there has been constant speculation about whether Russia's President Putin will use a tactical, smaller nuclear weapon against Ukraine or in a demonstration strike over unpopulated areas, given that the course of the war does not seem favorable to what the Kremlin anticipated. And several members of the Russian government have threatened the use of nuclear weapons. One of our viewers said, watch Threads, a very scary film. Is that the one I saw? Is that the British film? It's kind of like The Day After, but it's a British film. It's very scary. It's good, but it's scary. If I'm thinking of the right movie. Isn't it Threads? 1984 movie. Yes, I would recommend watching that movie. Thanks to our viewers watching over there on Kick, such as viewers like Dust to Dawn, Dino Nuggets, Trant Ends, LZ Himothy, yeah, it's scary to even be discussing it. Sunset Dreamer says Threads makes The Day After look like a comedy. Nathan G says Threads is brutal. By the way, thank you to Beefy McWhatNow, who says, have you seen Zelensky next to Trump? It looks like Trump can pick him up like a child. Pick him up and tell him to stop? Do you think that's the plan? A physical confrontation, Beefy? All right, let's look at this section here in this article. Oh, really quick. Hey, thanks so much to Janice McConnell for your support. I really appreciate that. Janice McConnell. Thank you, Janice. Let's just look at this section of the article talking about, this is an article we've been reading from AP that says the Kremlin has revised its nuclear policy. Does that make the use of atomic weapons more likely? Is the use of nuclear weapons imminent? Close. Even before signing the revamped doctrine today, Putin warned the US and its NATO allies against allowing Ukraine to strike Russia with Western-supplied longer-range missiles, saying it would put Russia and NATO at war. Ukraine has now done that. As of today, as we told you, where is it here? Ukraine fires several US-made longer-range missiles into Russia for the first time. Asked Tuesday if such a Ukrainian attack could potentially trigger a nuclear response, Putin spokesperson Peskov answered affirmatively. He pointed to the doctrine's provision. Where is it here? He pointed to the doctrine's provision that opens the door after a conventional non-nuclear strike that raises critical threats for Russia's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Peskov also emphasized the doctrine's new section that describes by an attack by any country supported by a nuclear power as their joint aggression against Russia, which would mean that Russia would consider it an attack by the US as well as by Ukraine. Basically, Russia can interpret that as saying that these missile attacks, the ATACMS when they're fired in by Ukraine, since US is helping Ukraine, they can consider this attack an attack by the U.S. Tatiana Stanovaya of the Carnegie Russia and Eurasia Center noted that Peskov's comment marked the first time that the Kremlin explicitly acknowledged the potential use of nuclear weapons as a response to strikes on Russian territory using long-range missiles. Put simply, she said, Putin's spokesperson Peskov openly admits that the Kremlin is currently considering the possibility of a nuclear strike. So this expert thinks that the language that was used today by Putin's spokesperson suggests that the Kremlin is currently considering the possibility of a nuclear strike. While the new doctrine envisions a possible nuclear response by Russia, it is formulated broadly to avoid a firm commitment to use nuclear weapons and keep Putin's options open. The U.S. has seen no change to Russia's nuclear posture, according to a U.S. national security official who talked to AP. As a result, the Biden administration has not seen any reason to adjust our own nuclear posture or doctrine in response to Russia's statements today, the official added. If we were ever to start hearing reporting that the U.S. was seeing a change in Russia's nuclear posture, that would, of course, be quite worrying. Another expert, Jack Watling, a senior research fellow at the Royal United Services Institute, defense and security think tank in the UK, said the use of Western longer-range missiles certainly will not trigger Moscow's nuclear response as some in the West feared. He thinks, but he added that Russia can escalate in a range of ways to impose costs on the West, from undersea sabotage. Now, remember, we covered this last night. Sunday and Monday, there were 2 undersea telecommunications cables that were severed, one running between Germany and Finland, one running between Lithuania and Sweden. And it is believed those were, there's a fair amount of people who believe that those were intentional acts. So something like that, perhaps. This expert said Russia can escalate in a range of ways to impose costs on the West, from undersea sabotage to the employment of proxies to harass trade in the Bab el-Mandeb, a strait off the Red Sea where attacks on shipping have been attributed to Yemen's Houthi rebels. Dmitry, I'm going to finish this article, just a couple more paragraphs, then we'll take some comments from you guys. Dmitry Medvedev, who's known to make all kinds of just threatening, angry statements. Dmitry Medvedev, deputy head of Russia's Security Council that is chaired by Putin, was even more blunt. He said Ukraine's use of NATO missiles for strikes on Russia's territory could be classified as an attack by bloc NATO countries on Russia. In such a scenario, he said, Russia reserves the right to retaliate with weapons of mass destruction against Kyiv and key NATO facilities, wherever they may be located. This would amount to World War III. This other expert they talked to before, Stanovia, said the current situation... See, this is interesting. She says, this is an expert with the Carnegie Russian Eurasia Center. She thinks the current situation offers Putin a significant temptation to escalate and marks an extraordinarily dangerous juncture. She says Putin may seek to present the West with 2 stark choices. Do you want a nuclear war? You will have it, or let's end this war on Russia's terms, she posted on X. This would not interfere with any possible peace initiatives, but could reinforce U.S. President-elect Donald Trump's argument for direct dialogue with Putin, she said. Yeah, I think she's the one who I read last night. Simultaneously, it would expose Biden to criticism for being the catalyst of the escalation while potentially discouraging Ukraine from further use of using long-range missiles. Yeah, they're talking about Tatiana Stanovia. I think I read her thread last night. Hold on, let me check here. I can post the thread if I can find it. Hold on. Oh, I'll show you her. I'll just post a link to her post in the chat. But yeah, she said that right now there is a temptation for Putin to escalate because Trump is not in office yet. And so suppose her thinking is if Putin escalates now, then that won't interfere with any immediate peace initiatives because Trump isn't negotiating yet. Now, I don't know. I mean, you could, if Putin were to escalate a lot, that I would think might make it tough for Trump to negotiate in a friendly way towards Russia. But it's an interesting thought. Richard Blake says Putin won't take the bait. The cat says George Washington warned us to stay out of foreign entanglements. Well, the thinking, those who support the intervention in Ukraine, including the Biden administration, many of them say that supporting Ukraine now can prevent the U.S. from getting involved with in a direct conflict, from having to be in a direct conflict with Russia later. I'm just telling you what that argument is. Thank you, by the way, to MetaGuide, who says, I would assume EMP weapons would be used before tactical nuclear weapons. Nobody wants to open nuclear Pandora's box. I mean, obviously, it's a huge deal to use any kind of nuclear weapon since none has been used since World War II. Thank you, MetaGuide. Chung Peters says, I do not think Russia will expand the war with nuclear. Abel says, Putin won't stop at Ukraine. Why would he? I mean, it's crazy to be talking about this, but at the same time, I don't think it's so insanely improbable that it's not worth talking about. Wall Street thinks that Tatiana Stanovaya's theory is not a bad theory. Again, she thinks escalation might be attractive now to Putin because if he escalates now, then Biden can be blamed for it and it won't significantly affect peace talks after Biden is out of office. She calls it an extraordinarily dangerous juncture. Hang on a second here. There was another story today about landmines, another Ukraine story I saw. Miguel Cardona says Putin wants to improve his position in the negotiation with Trump. Well, that's what Tatiana Stanovaya in part was saying, that that if Putin were to escalate now, before Trump comes into office, there would be this, it would be seen as like, whoa, what might he do? We really have to worry if we don't make a deal with him. Joe Mo says it's good to be able to debate the topic. All right, I want to show you also this story I saw before coming on the air, which is this one. Look at this. Hold on. I'm going to show you this right now. Let me pull it up here. I don't know if I have it on screen, but I'll read it to you. If I read some of it to you if I don't have it on screen. Oh, I have it right here. Look at this. This is a new story tonight from the Washington Post. Biden approves anti-personnel mines for Ukraine, undoing his own policy. This is interesting. New story. President Biden has authorized the provision of anti-personnel landmines to Ukraine, 2 U.S. officials said, a step that will bolster Kyiv's defenses against advancing Russian troops, but has drawn criticism from arms control groups. So I think the story, I don't think this is the first time they've ever had mines, but I believe this is the first time the U.S. has given them mines. The move comes in the wake of the White House's recent authorization allowing Ukraine to use a powerful long-range missile system to strike inside Russia, part of a sweep of urgent actions the lame duck Biden administration is taking to help Kyiv's faltering war effort, specifically before Trump comes into office. Russian President Putin has warned that Moscow will retaliate for the latest missile strikes, which happened today. The latest Ukraine ATACMS missile strikes, which were the first time Ukraine had ever shot US-made ATACMS missiles into Russian territory. Shipping anti-personnel landmines to Ukraine is also potentially controversial, though among a different group. More than 160 countries have signed an international treaty banning their use, noting that the indiscriminate weapons can cause enduring harm to civilians. But Ukraine has sought them since Russia invaded nearly 3 years ago, and the Kremlin's forces have deployed anti-personnel landmines liberally on the front lines, impeding Ukraine's progress as it seeks to reclaim its own territory. Again, I'm not sure, it didn't clearly say. My thought is that Ukraine would have had mines before, but the changes, they're just getting some from the U.S. Not that this is the first mines they've ever had, but I don't know for sure. The Biden administration is deeply concerned about Russia's assaults against Ukraine's front lines in recent weeks and sees a pressing need to blunt the advance, officials said. The Pentagon believes that the provision of mines is among the most helpful steps the Biden administration can do now to help slow Russia's attack, officials said. One official said the type of anti-personnel landmine the U.S. is going to send to Ukraine is non-persistent, meaning that the mines self-destruct or lose battery charge to render them inactive, reducing the danger to civilians in the long term. The officials said that Ukrainian policymakers had committed to not deploying the mines in densely populated areas. Arms control experts said that even non-persistent mines pose a safety hazard. Interesting. Bubba Sizemore says Joe wants to leave a mess for Trump. Yeah, I know about there's some rocket alerts going on in Israel. I'll keep an eye on it. That is a multiple times a day of occurrence there. So I will certainly keep an eye on it. And if I have any big update on that, I will let you know. Oh, it's a drone alert. I just checked the SOFAR app. It's a drone alert in northwestern Israel, which also happens a lot. This is a new story tonight, though. So in the last 3 days, we have Biden approving, which he had formerly forbidden. He approved Ukraine using long-range U.S. ATACMS missiles on Russian territory, and now he has approved the provision of anti-personnel mines to Ukraine, which he had not before. Take some comments from you guys. Well, I got to check. I'm sure some people have sent me stuff here. Hold on a second. Our viewer, hold on a second. Karen Moore says, Russia had to bring North Korean soldiers into fight. I think Putin would have to be sure he wants the repercussions of using nuclear weapons. How many fights can Russia do at once? That's from our viewer, Karen Moore. Thanks, Karen, for writing, and I appreciate it. Elonton, our viewer Elonton says, if Russia officially annexed the southern regions of Ukraine, which they have, I think like a year ago they did, they claimed that a bunch of regions of Ukraine were officially parts of Russia. And Ukraine has used ATACMS on those territories many times before. Does Russia not actually consider those territories Russian, or are they simply fine with Western-supplied missiles bombing Russians? So look, I mean, what Elonton has pointed out is that, you know, as others have pointed out, Russia has seemingly had red lines broken before. And like Elonton said, they do consider the territories, I believe, they're occupying in Ukraine right now to be part of Russia, which, so shouldn't that be a trigger if they were already firing ATACMS at these parts of occupied Ukraine, which Russia considers parts of Russia? Thank you, Elonton, for writing in. You know, actually, it's funny. The Atlantic Council back in September, which is a think tank, they posted something with that exact same observation. They have an article that they posted called "Putin is becoming entangled in his own discredited red lines," and they point out that in September, Putin said that if Ukraine was allowed to use long-range missiles to fire into Russian territory, that would put NATO at war with Russia. But the Atlantic Council says Ukraine already was using ATACMS to hit occupied regions of Ukraine that Putin considers Russian, and he had not escalated for that. So some feel that Putin, he gives red lines and doesn't back them up. I haven't even read it yet, but the Atlantic Council has a headline from yesterday saying Biden's green light highlights the diminishing power of Putin's red lines. The Washington Post had an article in August where the headline was Ukraine keeps crossing Russia's red lines, Putin keeps blinking. You know, also, there's a paragraph in that Washington Post article from back in August, and it says, Ukraine's attacks have repeatedly crossed ostensible red lines, sinking Russia's Black Sea flagship Moskva, the 2022 Crimea bridge blast, Storm Shadow missile attacks on the fleet headquarters in Sevastopol, Crimea, the 2023 drone attacks on the Kremlin and Moscow, the assassinations of propagandists on Russian territory, and attacks on strategic air bases hundreds of miles from Ukraine. Also, they said Western hardware being used by Ukrainian forces like HIMARS, tanks, ATACMS, and F-16s were all once red lines too. Anyways, if you want to read that article, that's an article in the Washington Post from August. Ukraine keeps crossing Russia's red lines. Putin keeps blinking. Hold on a second here. I wonder if I can pull that up. That's actually interesting. Give me a second here. Hang on. Here it is. I found it. I found the article. Ukraine keeps crossing Russia's red lines. Putin keeps blinking. Now, this is from August. This is very interesting. Very interesting. I want to show you some of this. This is really interesting. By the way, there is a drone alert in northwestern Israel. And I think a recent rocket alert up there too. This is we were talking about, and again, this article is from August, but you know, this is the question. Putin is drawing this seems to be trying to draw a red line about this use of these ATACMS missiles on Russian territory. So I'm not going to read the whole thing. I just want to read you a little of this article from the Washington Post. Ukraine's resistance to Russia's invasion keeps crossing President Putin's red lines. Back in August, for example, when Ukraine troops went into Kursk, Russia, and took territory there, Kyiv's lightning incursion into Kursk in western Russia this month slashed through the reddest line of all, a direct ground assault on Russia. Yet Putin's response has so far been strikingly passive and muted, in sharp contrast to his earlier rhetoric in the war. On day one of the invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, Putin warned that any country that stood in Russia's way would face consequences such as you have never seen in your entire history, a threat that seemed directed at countries that might arm Ukraine. If Russia's territorial then a few months later, in September of 22, he said, if Russia's territorial integrity were threatened, we will certainly use all the means at our disposal to protect Russia and our people. It's not a bluff. He said, I emphasize again, with all the means at our disposal, making a clear reference to Russia's nuclear weapons. But Ukraine's punch through Russian defenses in the first foreign invasion since World War II of Russia exposed Russia's military flaws and laid bare Moscow's apparently illusory red lines. A former Ukrainian intelligence defense official said Ukraine's Kursk incursion proved that the Russians are bluffing. And this was this paragraph I showed you right here. Ukraine's attacks have repeatedly crossed ostensible red lines. Russia's Black Sea flagship, Moskva, was sunk by Ukraine. The 2022 Crimea bridge blast, Storm Shadow missile attacks on the fleet headquarters in Sevastopol, the 2023 drone attacks on the Kremlin in Moscow, the assassinations of propagandists on Russian territory, and attacks on strategic air bases hundreds of miles from Ukraine. The Western hardware being used by Ukrainian forces, HIMARS, tanks, ATACMS, the Western hardware being used by Ukrainian forces, HIMARS, tanks, ATACMS, and F-16s were all once red lines too. And remember this, when Ukrainian drones struck Moscow in May 2023, hitting a Kremlin dome and closing major airports, Putin downplayed the problem, said Tatiana Stanovaya. She said, within a few months, it seemed that the Kremlin's red lines had either never existed or had become extremely mobile. It was to become a striking pattern, yet the U.S.-led policy on military aid to Ukraine has remained timid, according to many analysts. It's very relevant to what we're talking about now. One analyst, Boris Bondarev, said in an interview with that Washington's fear of triggering a direct military conflict with Russia had crippled the U.S. response, leaving its goals in the war unclear and projecting American weakness to Putin and other global adversaries. So the reason I'm reading you this article from August from the Washington Post about Ukraine crossing Russia's red lines is because what we're covering here is the fact that today Ukraine, for the first time ever, launched several of these ATACMS missiles, U.S. long-range ATACMS missiles, into Russian territory for the first time. And also today, Putin, in what many believe to be a response, officially lowered the threshold for using his nuclear arsenal after Biden's approval of Ukraine hitting Russian territory with ATACMS missiles. So that's why we've been talking about, like, what's Putin going to do? Is he going to really escalate? Could he use a nuclear weapon in response to this? Or is this just another one of these red lines that gets crossed and they don't really escalate much, if at all? So that's why I was reading you that article about the red lines. Okay, sorry. I don't like to normally go so long without taking comments from you. I thought that was an interesting article to talk about, though. Great Lakes Survival says eventually Russia will do something. Rob Savary driving lessons since Putin thinks Putin is maniacally strategic. Hang on one second here. Archimedean Eye says Russia is already doing something winning. Our viewer, Penny Ann, says we need to stop poking the bear. Hey, thanks, Brian Beelman, for the gift memberships. I appreciate it, Brian Beelman. And Natalie Perkowski. Thanks, Natalie Perkowski. Also, Raygun 1966. And David Bozick. Thanks for your support, David Bozick. Thank you, Beefy McWhatNow. Art V says, amazing how there are still losers in this chat cheering this on at the brink of us all dying. By the way, I'm still seeing periodic drone alerts in northwestern Israel. I don't know if there's like a drone that's flying around there in Israel. That's possible. I can look it up. One drone can trigger a bunch of alerts in Israel, especially if it goes for a while without being shot down. But I don't know. I haven't been. Yeah, so Joe Truzman posted a video of a Hezbollah drone flying close to Israel. I'll post a link in the chat. You can see it. But I do wonder if it's a drone that's just kind of flying around and keeps setting off more alerts. I posted a link to Joe's video. You can see. Penny Ann says, Russia will attack in time. Oh, it's so 4 minutes ago, the IDF said that a short while ago, sirens were sounded in northern Israel following the identification of a suspicious aerial target from Lebanon. The target is being monitored by the Air Force, and the incident is still ongoing. The public is requested to follow the Home Front Command's defensive guidelines. So that is what is going on. The IDF said it 4 minutes ago. They said there was a drone that the Air Force is following, and that it's a drone from Lebanon. So, sounds like a drone. Suspicious aerial target. So, I think that's the reason you're getting these new alerts. Kids Are Special said, would this nuclear aggression be against Ukraine or the U.S.? I mean, I don't know. You would think if it would be a lot less, it would certainly be an enormous deal for Russia to use any kind of nuclear weapon. But if they say, you would think it'd be less risky on their calculus to use, say, a small one in or near Ukraine or something, or in Ukraine but not near anyone, than on the U.S. I mean, it's still a huge deal either way. Hey, look, so this is, I want to show you what Institute for the Study of War, which I think is a cool site. They give analysis of military conflicts around the world. Understandingwar.org is the site. I will post a link to them in the chat. But they have some analysis from today of the latest developments between Ukraine and Russia. And you can see here it says, well, first of all, it says Ukrainian forces conducted the first ATACMS strike on Russian territory overnight, hitting a Russian ammunition depot in Karachev, Bryansk Oblast, days after obtaining permission to conduct such strikes from the U.S. Now, right here it says, Russian President Putin signed Russia's updated nuclear doctrine today in a clear response, they think, to the Biden administration's decision to greenlight long-range strikes into Russia, and as part of Putin's ongoing efforts to influence Western decision makers into shying away from providing additional support to Ukraine. Institute for the Study of War says Putin signed the decree on approval of the fundamentals of the state policy of the Russian Federation in the field of nuclear deterrence, after stating in September that Russia was adjusting its nuclear doctrine to introduce clarifications on the necessary preconditions for Russian nuclear use. Russia had last updated its nuclear doctrine in 2020. The 2024 doctrine says Russia will exercise nuclear deterrence against states that provide territory, air, and or sea space and resources under their control for the preparation and implementation of aggression against Russia, will consider aggression against Russia by any state that is part of a military coalition, bloc, or alliance as the aggression by the entire coalition, and will consider aggression against Russia and or its allies by a non-nuclear state, like Ukraine, with the participation or support of a nuclear state as a joint attack on Russia. Also, without getting into all the details here, because we talked about it, I want to show you this. This is what I wanted to get to. Russia's adoption of an amended nuclear doctrine is the latest iteration, the latest repetition of a now frequent Russian nuclear saber rattling, and does not represent a substantial change in Russia's nuclear posture doctrine or the threat of employment of nuclear weapons. So that is what the people at the Institute for the Study of War believe. They believe that this new nuclear policy that they announced today is really no change significantly whatsoever. They think it doesn't make nuclear weapons use more likely. They think it's not a substantial change in Russia's nuclear posture or doctrine. And then they say U.S. CIA Director William Burns cautioned Western policymakers on September 7th against fearing boilerplate standard Russian nuclear saber rattling. Bloomberg reported on November 19th that an unspecified U.S. National Security Council spokesperson said the U.S. sees no reason to adjust its nuclear posture, and that the Russian decision to adjust its doctrine was not a surprise and is a continuation of the same irresponsible rhetoric that Russia has used since invading Ukraine in 2022. Deputy Pentagon Press Secretary Sabrina Singh said any Russian saber rattling is incredibly dangerous and reckless. The Institute for the Study of War continues to assess that Russia is very unlikely to use nuclear weapons in Ukraine or elsewhere. And they also say the Kremlin has continuously attempted to use nuclear saber rattling to deter Western military support for Ukraine, and the Kremlin's ongoing efforts to inject nuclear threats into the information space indicates that the Kremlin is concerned about the battlefield impacts of Ukrainian strikes into Russia with Western-provided lessons. And Institute for the Study of War thinks the contours of the Kremlin's nuclear blackmail remain unchanged, despite the updates to Russia's nuclear doctrine, and factions within the Kremlin are reportedly arguing over a lack of clarity about Russia's own nuclear red lines. The updated Russian nuclear doctrine remains vague, and actions by Russia's potential enemies as defined in the new doctrine will almost certainly not trigger Russian nuclear weapons use, ISW believes. The decision to use Russian nuclear weapons lies with Putin, who has and will personally decide where Russia's red lines truly lie and how to respond or not respond to Western support of Ukraine. Okay, so it's interesting. I don't know if they're right. That is the Institute for the Study of War's take on this. I will post a link to this article if you want to read their full article here today. It's interesting. I'm going to ask you a poll question now. My poll question is going to be, do you think that that the possibility of Russia using a nuclear weapon, I got to say this in shorter fashion, is higher than it was last week. Is the chance of Russia using a nuclear weapon high? And I mean in Ukraine. I don't mean 50 years from now. All right, I'm going to ask this right now. I'm going to do a poll. No, wait to give your answer when I put the poll up. I'm putting the poll up. I just posted the poll on YouTube. We'll see what you say. So clearly the Institute for the Study of War does not think the chances are higher. I'm saying basically, has Biden's decision to allow Ukraine to fire ATACMS into Russia, and Russia now lowering the threshold of its nuclear doctrine for using nuclear weapons, has that made it more likely that Russia will use a nuclear weapon? I have to write the short version of the quote of the question for Twitch. Okay, we'll see what you guys have to say. Lori Wagner thinks he's not bluffing. Look, even if Russia had red lines that they've allowed to be crossed earlier in the conflict, does not guarantee that they'll let this red line be crossed. I don't know what to tell you about it. ISW thinks they're not going to do anything. Greg Andrews thinks we do this every time Putin barks ho hum. Cosme thinks Kuzmi thinks Putin's generals are most likely to stop him if he tries to start a nuclear war. Do you think that? Aaron S. says, I think any escalation makes it more likely. However, I still think it is very unlikely as Russia has so many options to escalate before they reach for nukes. By the way, thanks to our new member, Paul G. All right, let me show you what the poll says. The poll question was, is the chance of Russia using a nuclear weapon higher than last week? On YouTube, 60% said yes, 40% said no. And on Twitch, .49% said yes, and 50-50 on Twitch. 50-50. What some Majigit says, if nuclear is used, Putin will also suffer. GM2 Robguns says Ukraine has longer range weapons than ATACMS. I believe they don't have longer range missiles. They have drones that can go for longer, but I don't believe they have missiles. I believe their own missiles only have about half the range of ATACMS. They also have ones from France and UK, but not that don't go as far as ATACMS. Hypertech says don't poke the bear anymore. Storm Shadow's the UK one. Certainly, we're going to be watching for updates in the coming days. Robert says Russia is only threats. You know what's interesting? Rob Lee. So I mentioned to you guys, the Washington Post is reporting tonight that, I'm going to end the poll, by the way. 61% said yes on YouTube. The chance of Russia using nuclear weapons higher than last week. It was 50% on Twitch. Thanks for voting in the poll. So I mentioned to you guys that the Washington Post has a story tonight. Biden approves anti-personnel mines for Ukraine, undoing his own policy. Rob Lee, who is a very smart guy, expert on Russia, and he's expert on the Russian and Ukrainian militaries. Rob posted tonight, he just posted, he said, I wouldn't be surprised if the Biden decision on the anti-personnel mines has a greater effect on the battlefield than the policy change on ATACMS strikes into Russian territory. So Rob thinks that Biden sending Ukraine US mines, American mines, could have a greater effect on the battlefield than allowing Ukraine to use ATACMS missiles on Russian territory. We've read some stories last night which said, or 2 days ago, I think it was maybe, that the Ukraine does not have a huge stock of ATACMS missiles. You know, also Yaroslav Trofimov, just a viewer, I think our viewer Elon Tint said this point earlier. We were talking about this point earlier, which is, why is it such a big deal for Putin if Ukraine has started using these ATACMS to attack Russian territory, when previously they'd been using these ATACMS to attack Russian forces in parts of Ukraine that Putin has already said is Russian territory. So the Wall Street Journal's Yaroslav Trofimov commented earlier today, I am not sure what's the fuss in Moscow about. Ukraine struck Crimea with ATACMS many, many times. And he's basically saying, Russia has said they believe Crimea is part of Russia. So why is it such a huge difference that Ukraine is now saying hitting the Bryansk region of Russia with ATACMS when they've already been firing them at Crimea? Kiwi NZ says, what do you think the actual effect would be after a tactical battlefield nuclear weapon is detonated in Ukraine? I honestly have no idea. I can't help you with that. I don't know much about them. We read you a Wikipedia article before talking about how they're these smaller nuclear weapons. But what the practical effect would be of one being used, I'm not sure. I don't know. It's a good question, but that is not a question I'm very well equipped to answer. We had looked at this article, Tactical Nuclear Weapons, on Wikipedia before. The article points out the use of tactical nuclear weapons presents a risk of escalating the conflict until it reaches a tipping point that provokes the use of strategic nuclear weapons. I mean, our viewer Martin asked about that before. I don't really want to get into hypotheticals because it's not my field, so it'd just be 100% pure guesswork. But how the world would respond if Russia was somehow, say, would set off a small nuclear weapon somewhere, in Ukraine or something. What can I tell you? I have no idea. I do not know. I'm sure that is something that in various countries they think about and talk about. It's probably been talked about a bunch during this conflict. Yeah, Mr. Turtlelicious says, God forbid. But again, it's not like so crazy that it's just like utterly impossible. Tonight, Reuters is reporting the story about the mines as well. Check this out. Biden approves anti-personnel mines for Ukraine, U.S. officials said. So Reuters also reporting the story. President Biden has approved provision of anti-personnel landmines to Ukraine, a U.S. official told Reuters, a step that could help slow Russian advances in the east, especially when used along with other munitions from the United States. The U.S. expects Ukraine to use the mines in its own territory, though it is committed not to use them in areas populated with its own civilians, the official said. The Washington Post first reported the development. The U.S. has provided Ukraine with anti-tank mines throughout its war with Russia, but the addition of anti-personnel mines aims at blunting the advance of Russian ground troops, the official added. So I guess the anti-tank mines, for example, probably would require something of a certain weight to set them off. Like a person stepping on an anti-tank mine, I guess, wouldn't set it off. Whereas an anti-personnel mine would be something that a person could set off. The U.S. mines differ from Russia's as they are non-persistent and become inert, inactive after a preset period, the official said. They require a battery to detonate and will not explode once the battery runs out, supposedly. Okay. So that's another development. Os Infidels says one is one huge and one you can't see. Bullish Dragon says some say mines should be considered illegal. I think in the other article we read, there's like 160 countries who, what did the Washington Post article say? It said there are more than 160 countries have signed an international treaty banning the use of anti-personnel landmines, noting the indiscriminate weapons can cause enduring harm to civilians. Oh, by the way, in the Washington Post article about the mines, check this out. Biden had been reluctant to supply Ukraine with anti-personnel mines in the face of concerns within his own administration and from a wide range of anti-mine advocates who say the risk to civilians is unacceptably high from these anti-personnel mines. But Russia's battlefield progress in recent months has forced the White House to find fresh ways to help Ukraine, especially following the victory of President-elect Donald Trump, who has vowed to steer the conflict toward a swift conclusion. Use of the mines would be limited to Ukrainian territory, with an expected focus on eastern Ukraine, one of the officials said. Russian forces have made significant advances in the Donetsk region and in recent months have gained territory at the fastest rate since 2022. Ukrainian troops have struggled to build strong defensive lines in the face of relentless drone sorties and small assault teams. Landmines could help them shore up their defenses by slowing enemy troops and channeling the troops to areas where they can be targeted with artillery and rockets. It's interesting, we've seen some talk that that maybe Biden thinks and the Biden administration thinks that there's going to be negotiations once Trump takes office. So one might think that, for example, this is being done to allow Ukraine to keep as much of their territory in their own hands as possible before negotiations, perhaps. Just throwing that out there. Neither Russia nor the U.S. is one of the 164 parties to the Ottawa Convention, also known as the Mine Ban Treaty, that prohibits the deployment and transfer of anti-personnel landmines. Biden in 2022 revived an Obama-era policy that banned the transfer and use of U.S. anti-personnel landmines outside the Korean Peninsula. Some human rights campaigners say this new decision to provide anti-personnel landmines to Ukraine, a signatory to the Mine Ban Treaty, is a black mark against Washington. Mary Wareham of Human Rights Watch says it is a shocking and devastating development. She said even non-persistent mines hold risks for civilians, require complicated cleanup efforts, and are not always reliably deactivated. Is there anything else that the Biden administration will do in the coming couple months to help Ukraine out before Trump takes over? They've now switched their position on ATACMS and anti-personnel mines. Sentient thinks Kursk is about to become mine central. Sentient Cannabis thinks Ukraine could lay them in Kursk. Kursk, which is Russian territory, and some of which is controlled by Ukraine right now. You can actually see right here. Hold on. So this is a map from the Institute for the Study of War. This is Ukraine. This red area is all occupied Ukraine, Russian-occupied Ukraine. And this red area up here, oh, can you even see it here? No, we can't even see it. I think we'd have to get, here it is. Here we go. This is, right. So if you look down here, you can see this is northeastern Ukraine, and there's the border with Russia. And this right here is that land in Kursk region of Russia that Ukraine now has controlled for several months. Claimed limit of Ukrainian advance. These red areas are areas that Russia has retaken from Ukraine. But that area in the blue is still controlled by Ukraine in Russia. That is from the Institute for the Study of War, understandingwar.org. Cactus Flower points out also that they're already sending more aid to Ukraine. Yeah, I saw something about that, trying to get as much aid as possible to Ukraine before Trump takes over. Here, I have it right here. I have it right here. U.S. will send Ukraine at least $275 million in new weapons and push to bolster Kyiv before Trump. This is from the Associated Press from today. The Pentagon will send Ukraine at least $275 million in new weapons, the U.S. officials said today, as the Biden administration rushes to do as much as it can to help Ukraine fight back against Russia before President-elect Trump takes office. The latest tranche of weapons comes as worries grow about an escalation in the conflict, with both sides pushing to gain any advantage they can exploit if Trump ends a quick end to the war, as he has vowed to do. Trump's upcoming move to the White House has triggered a scramble by the Biden administration to ensure that all of the congressionally approved funding for Ukraine gets delivered and that Ukraine is in a strong position going into the winter. The Biden administration would have to rush $7.1 billion in weapons from the Pentagon stockpiles to spend all of those funds before Trump is sworn in. Asked if the department can get that done before January 20th, when Trump takes office, a Pentagon spokeswoman, Sabrina Singh, said officials are working to get Ukraine what it needs. Because they think when Trump comes in, it won't be sent there anymore. By the way, thanks to our supporter, BBG, for the gift memberships. I really appreciate that. Also, thanks to Captain Jerry Donnelly, who thinks anti-personnel mines from both sides will cause a no man's land, no farming allowed. Thank you, Lethal Old Fart, who thinks, I think he's more likely to use it in Kursk than Ukraine. Are you talking about the mines, Lethal Old Fart? Maybe? Thanks for your support. Thanks, Kitty Cat, our member. Let's see here. Thanks to Your Russia 1989 for your support on Twitch. I appreciate that. Also, shout out to our moderators. We have Idaho Star, I Got That Fire. Sarah on Facebook. We have Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. I think Paul Anderson was over there. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Roberts May Queen, Ruth Krafasi on YouTube. And also we have, I want to say a shout out to some of our Facebook subscribers like Lynn Powell, Susan Brees Buchner. A mine would be, someone asked about what a mine was. It's, it's like an explosive that you trigger by stepping on or otherwise touching. Wikipedia defines it as explosive weapon concealed under or camouflaged on the ground and designed to destroy or disable enemy targets, ranging from combatants to vehicles and tanks as they pass over or near it. Thanks, Susan, for subscribing as well. All of our other Facebook subscribers like Kay and Margaret. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Shout out to our Twitch subscribers too, like Hectate, Stake You Later, Night Owl, Wall Street and Shaggy, Sentient Cannabis. Thanks to John Middleton for the gift membership. I appreciate that. Give me one moment here. I'm just going to see if I see any new developments here. We're certainly going to keep covering this. Oh, I saw something else I wanted to mention. I saw this. Kremlin says Russia-U.S. hotline to deflate crisis not in use. I haven't even read this. This is from Reuters. A special hotline in place to deflate crises between the Kremlin and the White House is not currently being used, the Kremlin said today. That's today. Wednesday, right? Yes. A special hotline in place to deflate crises between the Kremlin and the White House is not currently being used, the Kremlin said on Wednesday, as nuclear risks rose amid the highest tensions between Russia and the West in decades. In decades, it says, the claim is made. Russian President Putin on Tuesday lowered the threshold for a nuclear strike in response to a broader range of conventional attacks. Days after reports said Washington had allowed Ukraine to use US-made weapons to strike deep into Russia. Ukraine used ATACMS missiles to strike Russian territory on Tuesday for the first time. A so-called hotline between Moscow and Washington was established in 1963 to reduce the misperceptions that stoked the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962 by allowing direct communication between U.S. and Russian leaders. Putin's spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, told RIA, which I believe is state media, "We have a special secure line for communication between the two presidents, Russia and the United States. Moreover, even for video communication. But when asked whether this channel is currently in use, he said no." I don't know what to make of that. Figured I'd pass that along. Our viewer, David Hawthorne, sent me, I don't know if I've seen this site. I can't show it on the air. I don't have their permission. But it's a site that apparently lets you see if there's a nuclear weapon, like what the effects would be of a certain size weapon in a certain location. It's called nuclearsecrecy.com/nukemap. It's called Nukemap if you want to see it. Maybe I've used it years ago or something. Thank you, David, for sending that in. Oh, and then hold on, one other thing here. Evelyn in Maine mentioned that on Wednesday, which is today, it's November 20th, a South Korean lawmaker said that some North Koreans are already participating in battles in the Ukraine war against Ukrainian forces. That's from Reuters. All right. Let me just do a check here and make sure I don't have anything else big to report. Look at this. This is interesting too. Look at this. This is an article that just came out in AP. Asian markets mostly lower as worries over Russia-Ukraine war loom. Asian stocks were mostly lower on Tuesday. Oh, is it Tuesday or Wednesday? Because it just came out, this article. See, it says November 20th. Asian stocks were mostly lower despite gains on Wall Street as worries mounted over escalations in the Russia-Ukraine war. On Tuesday, Ukraine fired several American-supplied longer-range missiles into Russia, according to the official, marking the first such use in nearly 1,000 days of war. On the same day, Russian President Putin formally lowered the threshold for Russia's use of nuclear weapons. The worries on the Ukraine-Russia conflict sent investors into U.S. Treasury bonds, which are seen as some of the world's safest investments. Or maybe it's a new article talking about this past day. Oh, I forgot. I did want to update you on the two cables. We did a whole stream on this if you want to see it. There were two undersea cables, communications cables, which were apparently cut in the Baltic Sea Sunday and Monday. One was between Finland and Germany. One was between Lithuania and Sweden. And we covered this last night. I did want to show you this. Germany's defense minister says damage to two Baltic data cables appears to be sabotage. That's a picture of the German defense minister right there from AP. Germany's defense minister said today officials have to assume damage to two data cables under the Baltic Sea, one of which ends in Germany, were caused by sabotage, though he said they have no proof at present. Damage was detected Monday to the Sea Lion 1 cable that runs nearly 750 miles from Finland's capital Helsinki to the German port city of Rostock. Another cable between Lithuania and Sweden was also damaged. Speaking in Brussels, the German defense minister said Russia poses not just a military but also a hybrid threat, and Europe needs to take a broad approach to defense. He said damage to the two cables was a very clear sign that something is afoot. No one believes these cables were severed by mistake, he said, and I also don't want to believe versions that it was anchors of ships that by chance caused damage to these cables, he said. So we have to state without knowing in concrete terms who it came from that this is a hybrid action. Hybrid means like an act of war, but not like overt military action. And we also have to assume, without already knowing it, obviously, that this is sabotage. The foreign ministries of Finland and Germany had already said Monday evening that the damage raised suspicion of sabotage. Swedish police said they had launched a preliminary investigation into suspected sabotage regarding the two cable breaches, though they said the classification of the suspected offense may change. So I wanted to mention that. Alibaba thinks Finland, Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia are at risk of invasion by Russia. Let's see here. Lightcomb says, and who blew up the Nord Stream pipelines last 2 years ago? This is all so dumb and will end in World War III. It started already, to be honest. Ken said there was a Russian ship in the same areas of cable cuts. I had seen some stuff on social media that claimed there was that people went to online ship trackers and found a Chinese ship in the area, but I'm not sure if that's true. I'll see if I have any other updates on this. Hang on. Yeah. So the Financial Times has an article. If you want to read it, you can. The headline of the Financial Times article is Chinese vessel spotted where Baltic Sea cables were severed. Oh, you know what? I think they say it's the Yiping 3. I can look that up, by the way. They say investigators are looking at the movements of a Chinese bulk carrier that passed close to both cables around the time each was cut. A Chinese registered vessel, according to data provided by Marine Traffic. You know what? Just for the fun of it, that's an article from Financial Times. Yiping 3. I found it. Okay. So this is on Marine Traffic. By the way, Marine Traffic is, how do they describe it? I want to get this right. Marinetraffic.com. It's like a ship tracking site, but they describe it a particular way. It's a ship tracking and maritime analytics provider, marinetraffic.com. So they talk about, this is Marine Traffic, Yiping 3, this Chinese flagged ship. And if we view it on the live map on Marine Traffic, the Yiping 3, this is the ship that the Financial Times article said was in the area of both cables when the cables were taken out. It's right here. So it's up here. I'm going to zoom out a little bit here. It's kind of hard to see. It's right up here. It's right up here. Now the cables that were cut, let's see, we did this yesterday. The cables were cut in this area, right? Because one cable ran through here from Germany to Sweden, and one was from Germany to Finland, and Gotland, Sweden to Lithuania. So the cables were hit right around here, and the ship is now here. Past track? I don't have the full past track here. I don't have the fancy membership. Am I even signed in? I don't think I'm signed in. Let me sign in. Now I'm signed in. Where is it? I need to get the Yiping 3 ship. Yiping 3. There we go. Why is it there? Now what's going on? Why is it showing it down there? I'm confused. That's Carnival Horizon. I want Yiping 3. Yiping 3. Is something not working right? View on live map. It keeps going to Carnival Horizon. Oh, here we go. Do it this way. Hold on. That's it. I got it. I got it to work. There it is. I got the past track. Here it is. This is it. We got it. We did it. So this is the ship that the Financial Times says was in the area of the two cables getting cut. Yiping 3. Lastly, it's a Chinese cargo ship, and what you can see is, where is it? Past track. I can't do if I had a better membership, I could go back by time, but you can see this is where one cable ran from Lithuania to Gotland, and one ran from Germany to Finland. So right in this area is where the cables were cut. And now it's up here. You can look up Yipeng 3, by the way. I don't think I can do this here. Oh, I can do it, sort of. Here it is right there. Okay. Yeah, you can actually do it from the bottom. You can't see this, but on the bottom I can use the scroller. So, anyways, though, I don't want to sit here and do a half hour of OSINT work, because it's already been done. Because I just told you, there's people online who've done this, but I just told you, Financial Times said that literally they said Yipeng 3, according to marine traffic, was passed close to both cables when they reported cut. And they also say the ship was followed by the Danish Navy afterwards, according to open source intelligence experts. And they also point out in the Financial Times something that we talked about yesterday, which is that last year, a different Chinese ship called New Polar Bear damaged a Baltic gas pipeline between Finland and Estonia. And I believe in the Wikipedia article about that, it quotes a Finnish official of saying they think it was intentional. That was the Baltic Connect pipeline. You can look that up, Baltic Connector. And you can look it up on Wikipedia. They have a Baltic Connector article. Baltic Connector pipeline between Finland and Estonia. In October 2023, the pipeline was repaired. The subsea pipeline and a nearby data cable were damaged. Chinese authorities reported that claimed the anchor of a Hong Kong flagship New Polar Bear was responsible and that it was an accident. And then if you look down here, it says, in Finland, the government suggested everything indicates the Chinese ship damaged the pipeline on purpose. So that was last year. So now we have this another Chinese ship, which is like a cargo ship, the Yipeng 3, which was in the area of the cables getting cut when it happened. Just Rhonda says this is so much insanity. Again, this is marinetraffic.com. If you want to look it up, go to marinetraffic.com, all one word, MARINETRAFFIC. They are a ship tracking and maritime analytics provider. I really appreciate them allowing me to show their site. And then you can read that article in the Financial Times if you want about. There might even be a Twitter post about it, about the Chinese ship. So that's a whole other thing. It could be related to Russia, which is why we're covering it right now. Yeah, I'm going to post a link to the Financial Times post about this so you can read it if you want. All right. I actually just want to post that. I'm going to post a link to the story. So was it this Chinese ship? Were they doing it on the instructions of someone, Russia or China? I don't know. I'm going to post a link to this. I'm going to post this on X. Hold on. Oh, Yipeng 3 had left a Russian port and was going to Egypt. I forgot to mention that. I had missed that. So this Chinese ship, according to the Financial Times, this Chinese ship that was in the area where the two cables were cut, when they were cut, reported cut on Monday and Sunday, it had left the Russian port of Ust-Luga and was heading to Egypt. Just so you know, you can go to my X account for the link to the story. Hang on a minute here. Anyways, that's interesting. Interesting. I wonder if I go to Vessel Finder. Vessel Finder is another good ship tracker. Sorry, I want to just look this up. If we go to Vessel Finder, that's another ship tracker that you can check out, vesselfinder.com, and we look up Yipeng 3. Yipeng 3, there's the Yipeng 3. That's what the ship looks like. Okay, now if we go to track on map, Yipeng 3, there it is. It's up there. And can we get the history? Do we have that? I'm not even signed in here either. Where's the map? Track on map. Track, okay. They don't have, you can't go all the way back. Anyways, it originally left from port calls. Is that listed? Yes, last port right here. See, last port, Ust, Luga, Arch, and Russia. The last port of call it was in was Russia 5 days ago. 5 days ago it was in Russia at port. That was the last port in Russia 5 days ago. See, it says it right there on Vessel Finder. You can see vesselfinder.com. You can go there or marinetraffic.com, and you can go to both sites and look up Yipeng 3 and you can read it for yourself. Chaz says it's sus. Mark Uncafer says things that make you go, By the way, thanks so much to Captain Jerry Donnelly, who said the dashed line on marine traffic is where the transponder was turned off. By the way, you can, like, if you pay for a membership, you can go past, like, you could pay for a membership and then go further back in the track. I think on both sites you can do that. I'm not a paid member. If there's a story that where we have to use it more, I'll become a paid member. Hold on. Hey, thanks so much. I owe a couple thank yous here. Hold on. I was talking about this and I got wrapped up, and I owe a couple thank yous for donations. So give me 2 seconds. Okay, so I owe a thanks to JD63, that's so generous of you, JD63. That's really nice of you. I really appreciate your support. Sunflower, thanks for your support. Sunflower claims that Swedish and Finnish citizens recently received pamphlets from their governments on preparing for war. I know nothing about this. Not a coincidence that both these countries' cables were cut. They know something is up. Again, I don't personally know anything about this. This is what our viewer Sunflower is claiming. Thank you so much, Sunflower, for your support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Ray Romantico, for the gift memberships, and Ray's back for the gift memberships. It's really nice of you. Boomer Wow, thanks for your support. Who says, can't wait 2 months for Trump to negotiate peace. Oh, thanks to more memberships. Mr. Ray Romantico gave like 25 memberships or something. Sorry, as I was talking. Thank you, Mr. Ray Romantico. That's so generous of you. Also, let's see here. John Middleton gave a bunch more memberships. Thank you, John Middleton. Wow, a bunch of memberships. It's really nice of you. Please thank somebody if they gave you a membership or a gift subscription. That is really nice of you. Okay. All right. So that's a very interesting story. The stream went longer than I thought it would, but there's been all this. I totally forgot about the whole cables thing. We're going to wrap this up soon. It's getting a little late. But we'll keep an eye on all this stuff. It's very interesting. I mean, I hope certainly we don't have any kind of big escalation by Russia. Thank you, Bojangles2929. For the gift memberships. Thank you. Oh, this was interesting. Kim Hovik sent me this. The U.S. Embassy in Ukraine has received specific information of a potential significant air attack today. The embassy will be closed and recommends that U.S. citizens be prepared to immediately shelter in the event an air alert is announced. Look at this. I don't believe they usually come out with this kind of warning. I mean, there's fairly regularly air attacks. Potential significant. Oh, is this in response? Would this air attack be in response to the ATACMS? Would this be a response to the ATACMS being fired? The U.S. ATACMS being fired at Russian territory? Interesting. Thanks, Kim. I hadn't even seen that. I followed them, but I hadn't seen it. That came out a half an hour ago. Mr. Ray Romantico says it's an unusual warning. Let me see if I can get any more about that warning. Hang on a second. I'll see if I can get anything more about it. I don't recall seeing that kind of thing. I mean, again, there are these attacks once in a while, major attacks that Russia carries out, but usually you don't see a U.S. State Department security alert. New Movie Act says not common. Thanks to Kim Hovik for sending that in. Tyler Vasquez sent it to me as well. So did SC. And Denny. 4 people sent it to me. Sorry. I'll see if I see any other reports about this. I follow some Ukraine sources. I'll see what they're saying about it. Oh. Here, look. The U.S. Embassy in Kyiv has received specific information of a potential significant air attack today, Wednesday. Out of an abundance of caution, the embassy will be closed, and embassy employees are being instructed to shelter in place. The U.S. Embassy recommends U.S. citizens be prepared to immediately shelter in the event an air alert is announced. Right, it is already the 20th there. It's the 20th here, too. It is the 20th there right now. So weird. It's a weird alert. I don't even see reporting on it. No, there's generally not Ukraine cams, and I don't think Ukraine wants Russia to see with accuracy. They don't want to give Russia more information about the effectiveness of their strikes, for example. So I did see this. There's a drone. Right now, there is 2 minutes ago, the Ukrainian Air Force said there's a drone, an enemy drone over Ukraine, over Kyiv. But so there have been some drones they have been talking about. I really do wonder if that's this warning here is this anticipation that you could have. It says specific information. So I wonder if there's, this an attack planned in response to the ATACMS. Hang on, I gotta put my eye drops in. No, I don't think I didn't read this as saying an attack on the embassy, but that's actually a very interesting idea. One of our viewers had the idea that Russia could target the US embassy. That'd be interesting. Russia could give the US a heads up and then target the embassy and say, look, this is our getting back at you for the ATACMS. I mean, that would be very provocative. But at the same time, if they gave the U.S. a heads up in advance, it presumably wouldn't hurt personnel. I don't know. They said they're closing the embassy. It's an interesting thought from our viewer that it might be something directed at the embassy. Yes, one of our viewers said that would be, Zostar says that would be like attacking American soil. Why would they warn the embassy first? If they wanted to do some symbolic action that would not escalate too much. So, for example, if they didn't want to hurt anyone, hurt any Americans. because they would think that'd be too much of an escalation. I'm looking at some like Ukrainian sources to see if I can find you any updates here. There's actually air defense right now in Kyiv, according to, I think I'm looking at a government site. The Kyiv Military Administration says air defense is working. There's a drone there. But I'm not hearing about a big air attack on Kyiv at the moment. But again, this is now. I mean, it's the 20th there right now. Thank you. Hey, Mr. Ray Romantico, that's really nice of you. Thank you also, Tim in D.C. No, there's no cams from there that I have. And again, I genuinely think they don't exist. Again, the Ukrainian government does not want people showing live streams of how accurate the Russian missiles are in Ukraine to help Russian targeting. That's my take on it. I don't think you're allowed to stream there, if I remember right. U.S. closes Kyiv embassy for a day due to possible air attack. How's that? I mean, it's true. Uh-oh, I messed something up here. I mean, it's early. This could be in 12 hours, you know? The other thing is, like, if Russia launches missiles, I mean, that can be frequently when Russia does a big attack, there will be hours of notice because, like, Ukraine will detect that there are Russian bombers in the air and that they've launched missiles, and, like, it can take several hours for them to hit the targets. Tressa says, this is surreal. I don't remember the last time I saw a warning like this, though. Seems like it's bigger news than... Seems like it's like a bigger story than... I don't really see much coverage on it. Seems like it's a story that warrants more coverage. Sea Turtle says, this is a strange warning for sure. Thank you so much, Michael Kelly. Hey, Michael, that's super nice of you. I appreciate your note. Appreciate your support. Bringing you live updates. Toby N claims hypersonic missiles would only take minutes to get there. I don't know. I mean, they can be, they would be fired presumably from hundreds of miles away. But maybe you're right on that travel time. I don't know. I mean, when they fire like cruise missiles, it takes a while. Wikipedia says hypersonic weapons travel 1 to 5 miles per second. Wow, Mr. Ray Romantico. That's super nice of you. More gift memberships. Please thank Mr. Ray Romantico if you get a gift membership from him or anybody else. Thank them. Thanks, Mateus, for subscribing as well on Twitch. Why is no one reporting on this? I mean, it came out late. It came out around midnight Eastern time. It's not that late. Well, we'll see if we can get more information. Again, the time right now in Ukraine is it's 8:02 a.m. So there's 16 hours left in the day. So I'd like to get a little more reporting on this. I don't know what to tell you. Camille says, are you really going to leave after what you heard about Ukraine? Well, I'm not going to stay on the air for 16 hours. So I'm going to try to find out more information. But, you know, I'm not going to sit here looking at a screen for 16 hours. So we'll see in the next few minutes if we can hear anything more. I assume there'll be some reporting on this. Kayla sent me a report that there have been some drone alerts in Ukraine. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. Again, but there hasn't been anything like... I was checking, the Ukrainian Air Force had posted some alerts, and there were some different reports of drones in different places, but not like so. There's been no kind of giant air attack on Kyiv so far. There's attacks all the time. Air attacks, there's drone attacks all the time on Ukraine. So this would be something different, I presume. Hey, thanks, Denise Horton. That's very nice of you. And Mr. Ray Romantico, thank you. Yeah, we were just about to wrap up. Thank you, Jim1231, for the bits. While Mr. Ray Romantico gave 10 more memberships. Mr. Ray Romantico has given a lot of memberships. That's really nice of you. The embassy recommends U.S. citizens be prepared to immediately shelter in the event an air alert is announced. I don't even see like I follow a number of Ukrainian news outlets, and I don't even see them making a big deal about it. Like, let me just look though. So, like, for example, an hour ago, Union said that armed forces of Ukraine said there were some drones heading to various regions of Ukraine, but not like some huge attack on Kyiv. That was an hour ago they said that. It's kind of weird. Jack Horicon thinks if there were a major attack underway, there would be a lot more chatter. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing suggesting it's underway right now. But I'm not seeing like Ukrainian media freaking out that the US has announced this, at least at this point. And again, I follow a bunch of Ukrainian news outlets and reporters and stuff, and I see nothing about this. Toby N says that alert is really odd. Sarah says this news is very unnerving. I might end up taking a break for a few minutes and having a snack or something, because I don't have much more to say about this. I mean, you can see the alert. You can see the alert yourself. We were just about to end the stream. We were on for several hours, but I don't want to end it yet. So I may grab a snack and leave this on the screen. You guys can hang out in the chat. Yeah, I'll do that. I'm going to do that. What can I say? Before I get a snack, though, let me just give a quick shout out here. Let me give a quick shout out to our... where is this? A quick shout out to our moderators. Oh, was there a typo? I'll have to fix it. Quick shout out to our moderators. Oh, by the way, quick shout out to Gringo, because Gringo just gave 20 people memberships. Unbelievable. Thank you, Gringo. That's really nice of you. Thanks so much, Gringo. Really appreciate our moderators who are here with us. We have Robert's May Queen is there on YouTube. Ruth Krafasi. Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, and Sarah on Twitch. Kay Lowry Body has been over there on Facebook. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Automod over there on Kick. Yeah, we're on Kick. Mr. Ray Romantico just gave new memberships. Mr. Ray Romantico has given a lot of memberships. That is incredibly nice of you. Thank you. Also, Julie S. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. By the way, I'm really stupid. Julie S. just pointed out this is for Ukraine all districts. It's weird though. That's a good point. It says Ukraine all districts. I just didn't even read this. As stupid as that sounds. It says but it says the U.S. embassy in Kyiv. You know, it says they're closing the embassy. Specific information of a potential significant air attack. That's a good point. But they are closing the embassy. It's kind of weird. Yeah, that's a good point. TJ says they hadn't closed before with all the attacks. Sorry, it's that weird thing where I literally just, it's right in front of my face, and I didn't see that it said Ukraine all districts. So I really appreciate, I'm sure some of you were shouting at me in the chat about it earlier. Thanks, Julius. I'm sure some of you were yelling at me and I didn't see it before, so I apologize. Sometimes when we're on for a while, my brain stops working a bit. Thanks, Dr. Trilogy, by the way. I appreciate it. Oh, Gringo mentioned it too? Yeah, I'm guessing other people said it to me too. King Shrek says, do you think it could be Russia? Let us know, and the other outlets don't have info yet. Well, thank you, King Shrek. My point was I was surprised that it wasn't being covered more based on the fact that the U.S. had reported it. That was my point, because normally you don't see these kind of alerts from the U.S. Embassy. I don't remember them having an alert like this where they closed the embassy because of an impending airstrike before. So I was just surprised that other outlets, American and Ukrainian, were not commenting on this U.S. alert more. I mean, there have been some drone attacks during the last couple hours, but nothing crazy huge compared to what Russia often does. I mean, there are significant air attacks in Ukraine all the time. There was a big attack a couple days ago, and you don't see the U.S. issue, say we're closing the embassy. TJ Adams thinks it's credible intel. All right, in a moment, I'm going to get a snack. I need a snack. Very strange. It just got reported on Truka. Truka, Ukraine is a major news outlet for. I follow them on Telegram. So Truka literally just reported it and said the U.S. Embassy said they'd received specific information about a possible attack. No details of an attack were reported there. So it just got reported on one Ukrainian outlet I follow. And then Truka Kyiv said there are some new drones flying towards the Kyiv area. But again, this kind of thing happens fairly regularly there. So is there going to be something beyond what the regular attacks, which are obviously quite serious, but is there going to be something beyond the regular attacks? That I do not know. All right, let me do this. Steve is having a snack. He'll be back in a few minutes. There we go. Put that right there. All right, give me a few minutes and I'll come back. And I'll keep an eye on what's going on. And I'll let you look at the warning from the U.S. Embassy. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. All right. Thanks for your patience. I don't have any new information for you. I'm going to change the title of the broadcast to reflect what we're covering. Hang on a moment here. Give me a second. Let me do this now. I got to update the title. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Hold on. Put this back up there. There's that. Okay, here's what I'll do. Okay. So I'm going to name it the title's going to be US warns of large Russian air attack in Ukraine today, closes embassy. All right, give me a moment here. I'm just going to take a minute because I got to update the title and the description. So just hang tight while I do this. Probably take a minute or two to do it. Okay, I did that. Now I got to change the description. Okay. The US has issued a warning of a significant Russian air attack today in Ukraine, and has closed its embassy in Kyiv, Ukraine, as a result. Now, the last thing I have to do is I need to make a new little thumbnail. So let me just do that. That's the last thing I'm doing here, and then I can focus. I'm just making a new thumbnail that I can put up. Give me one moment, please. Thanks for your patience. I think I did it. I think I did it. Okay, I got the new thumbnail done, so I'm going to replace that. Got to do one more thing here. I think we're good to go. I think we're good to go. Are we good? Okay. So we had been on the air for several hours, and we were about to wrap up our stream talking about Ukraine and Russia and stuff. I'm not going to go over all that again because we did that for hours. And the ATACMS and the Russian nuclear doctrine. And then right before we were going to get off the air, there was this really strange alert issued by the US Embassy in Kyiv, Ukraine. And they said, we have received specific information of a potential significant air attack today. November 20th is today. Wednesday. Out of an abundance of caution, the embassy will be closed and embassy employees are being instructed to shelter in place. They're being instructed to shelter in place. The U.S. Embassy recommends U.S. citizens be prepared to immediately shelter in the event of an air alert is announced. And as we were saying before, The U.S. does not normally issue this kind of warning. There are big air attacks all the time in Ukraine. And I told you, I don't remember the last time I saw a warning like this. This person I follow, Marks, who does a bunch of coverage of the Ukraine conflict on X, he said the same thing. He said, I can't remember. I posted his post on my X account. Mark said, I can't, MARQS_. I can't remember seeing such a specific warning before, he said. Despite attacks with drones and missiles happening every day in Ukraine. So I don't know what the deal with this is. And remember, it comes the day after Ukraine, for the first time ever, launched US-made ATACMS missiles into Russian territory, because Biden just approved them doing that like 3 days ago. So it's really strange. Darky V7 thinks it's going to be much bigger than your usual airstrike, I'm afraid. I mean, this is the U.S. saying it. It's not even Ukraine saying it. It's the U.S. So what intelligence, what is the specific information that they have that caused them to do this? Now, they didn't say U.S. citizens should shelter in place. They said the U.S. embassy employees are sheltering in place. But they said U.S. citizens be prepared to shelter. And it's early. I mean, it's like, I think it's still before 9 a.m. there. Cookie Monster says they know something. So I don't know what's going on. What I can do, I can put the clock up. I can put a clock up just to do it. It's just really weird. It's very weird. It's really, really odd. A. Toddsy says this isn't normal. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put up on the screen oopsie, that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, obviously, ignore the part about Iran time. I'll get rid of that. We don't need that. What do I want to do here? This, that's better. And maybe what? Excuse me. Then I'm going to sneeze. I'm going to sneeze right on the ear. Okay. This I can make a little smaller, I think. There, we'll put that up there in the corner. It's only 8:55 a.m. So I don't know what's going on there. I have no idea why they issued this warning. It's really, really weird. I'll see if I can get you some more reporting on it. I started seeing some reporting about it in like Ukrainian media. It's just very strange. It's really strange. I'm just checking some different sources here, including Ukrainian sources, to see if I can find you any more news. Hey, by the way, thank you to thanks so much to Jackie Morgan for your support. I really appreciate it, Jackie. Thank you. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. Thanks to Dr. Trilogy for your support. And Smochizuki, thank you for your support over on Twitch. So I'll basically just try to get you more information on this, if I can. Yeah, a lot of these accounts I follow are now talking about this. Where is it? Hold on a second here. Hold on one second. I haven't seen any other information on this aside from the U.S. Embassy warning. There's no additional information I've seen anywhere. Nothing. By the way, I don't know if you guys saw it. I reposted it on my X account, but Jim Sciutto with CNN reported 6 hours ago. He said 2 U.S. officials say that damage to 2 undersea cables in the Baltic Sea earlier this week is not to believe to be deliberate activity. Now, that's the first I've heard a report like that. So I'll post a link in the chat. He said that 2 unnamed U.S. officials claimed that the 2 cables cut in the Baltic Sea earlier this week is not believed to be deliberate activity. And they say they think it was caused by an anchor drag from a passing vessel. Now, would it just be... Is this something that would commonly have that a passing vessel would do? I don't know. I'll post the link and you can read his feed, his thread. Right. We told you before the German defense minister said he thought it was sabotage. There was a Chinese Financial Times reported there was a Chinese ship in the area that had been in Russia 5 days before, that it was in the area of both of the cables when they were cut. These were two cables cut on 2 different days. So I don't know. I just wanted to pass that along. I didn't say I believed it. I said I'm passing it along. All I'm doing right now is trying to get you information on this story. That's all I'm doing. We already did like a 3-hour stream right before this about the situation in Ukraine and Russia. So I'm not going over all that again. I can't repeat it anymore. But for now, I'm just focusing on this. Also, it says specific information. Specific information. It's also really weird because, like, this didn't even come from Ukraine. And I am looking at, like, various news accounts I follow in Ukraine, and, like, they just started posting about it. So it's like Ukraine hadn't even announced this. It's very weird that people in Ukraine are hearing about this through the US embassy. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'd think if it was a big significant threat to Ukraine that they'd hear about it from the Ukrainian government. The Ukrainian government warns about things all the time. But it's really strange that they come out with this and then, like, you just start seeing reported in the Ukrainian press. Mama Force says, very strange. Cyrock says, something fishy. Trant Ains says, very interesting indeed. I was trying to update the stream title on Kick, and I didn't seem to be able to do it. I think we've hit the requirements to be monetized on Kick. But I don't think I can do that in 5 seconds. But I appreciate people watching over there on Kick. We're just trying out Kick for a few weeks, seeing how it goes. We're seeing how it goes over there. Let me see. Hold on. Try something here while I have a second. Tharky is watching on Kick. I can't even change the name of the title on Kick. I'd have to start a new stream, I think, to do that. Thanks, Xander B. You can change it. You need to press edit. I tried pressing edit and it didn't work. You need to press edit button. I did. I pressed it. Oh, hold on a second. Doesn't seem to work. Anyways, I'll look into it later, but I can't seem to update the title right now on Kick. Oh, edit has to be highlighted, then you edit the text? Oh. Well, I'm trying. That's not working either. All right, let's see if I can get you any more information on this. Sorry. AFP now is reporting on it. AFP says U.S. Embassy warns of potential significant air attack and shuts its doors following Russia's vow to respond after Ukraine fired longer-range U.S. missiles at Russian territory for the first time. That's what we've been talking about. Everybody's starting to report on this now, but there's no new information. Everybody's catching up on it. Danny G says, sounds like a precaution. I don't know. To me, you only post this if you have like really good information. Oh, you know what? I found it. I found the way to change the title on Kick. There you go. Okay. It was stupid. I mean, I made a mistake. Okay. I changed the title on Kick. It's changed. So there. Thanks for your help. Yeah, again, I'm sorry I'm not like doing much entertaining, but the whole reason we're on the air at this point is this warning and trying to get you more information about it. That's the whole reason at this point for the stream. Whitney is here. Chaz is here. Bo is there on Kick. Hang on 1 second here. Nothing new on this yet, by the way. Marjorie Jones says this is so unusual. Tim Mack, who I follow for Ukraine stuff as well, he says, as far as I can recall, this has never happened during this invasion, and so it is ringing some alarm bells for me. Tim is a journalist, and he focuses on Ukraine stuff, and he says again, as far as I can recall, this has never happened during this invasion, one of these warnings. And so it is ringing some alarm bells for me. That's Tim Mack, M-A-K. Thank you to Jim1231 for your support on Twitch. Thank you, Jim. Thanks also, you know what? I'm behind. Thanks to Crazy Yoda and Pale Rider for your support as well. Thank you very much. Crazy Yoda and Pale Rider. Also, Crispy. Thanks so much, Crispy, for your support. I appreciate that. I know what I didn't do here. Sorry. Give me a moment. Did I thank Ken Lance? Thank you to Ken Lance for your support. Thank you to the Ringa X, our new member. Thank you so much. Yeah, the whole reason I think this is important is that the U.S. Embassy has come out with this warning, which they never do. They never do it. And they closed the embassy. And they said they had specific information. Ruth says, I don't think this is good at all. Eliza Jane says, I feel eerie. No, this has not happened. Best I can tell, this has not happened ever in Ukraine during the Ukraine war. With all of the air attacks that have happened, this has never happened. Wickedest Witch says, I am spooked. Darky says, I feel eerie. Reuters has an article about Putin. Reuters says that Putin is open to discussing a ceasefire deal with Trump, but rules out making any major territorial concessions and insists Ukraine abandon ambitions to join NATO. Who knows if that's true? Five current and former Russian officials told Reuters Russia could broadly agree to freeze the conflict along the front lines. The five officials said while Russia will not tolerate Ukraine joining NATO or the presence of NATO troops on Ukrainian soil, it is open to discussing security guarantees for Ukraine. I don't know how much Ukraine will trust the Russian security guarantees. Also, Russia could push for Ukraine limiting the size of its armed forces and committing not to restrict the use of the Russian language. Reuters says Russia controls 18% of Ukraine, including all of Crimea, which it annexed in 2014, 80% of the Donbas region in eastern Ukraine, and more than 70% of Zaporizhia and Kherson regions, and holds just under 3% of Kharkiv regions and a sliver of Mykolaiv. I don't know how any kind of negotiations are going to go. Thank you to Nelson Carter, who says Putin may bomb the embassy as a warning escalation. Yeah, we talked about this idea earlier. Some of the viewers were talking about that earlier. That would, of course, be very, very provocative if Putin did that. It would be very provocative. Todd Williams says, I have a really bad gut feeling. No, I do not have any. I'm going to have to put a thing up, a thing that repeats in the chat. I do not have Ukraine cameras. Might have to have a running ticker that says, I do not have Ukraine cameras. Generally, you do not see live cameras from Ukraine. I don't believe the Ukraine government wants people to have live cameras up. Hold on a second here. Oscar Fisher says, feels rather significant, this situation. I mean, live cameras that I would have access to. I mean, maybe some people are posting public cameras, but you don't even normally see generally them. So I don't know if there's like municipal cameras or whatever. There's no news cameras. None of the news agencies have them that I'm aware of. So, I mean, maybe individual people are doing it, but I don't have access. I can't steal their cameras. Rune says there are cameras in Ukraine, but you do not see much on them, just buildings, and sometimes you hear sirens. Yeah, I mean, before the invasion started, there were like cameras showing Kiev's skyline. I just looked at a couple of YouTube channels. I didn't see like city skyline cameras. It's kind of weird, like, I mean, it's 9:30 a.m. in Ukraine. You would think if the Ukrainian government thought there was going to be a big attack, that we'd be hearing more about it. I mean, I follow lots of different Ukrainian news outlets, and I've heard nothing about it. I mean, some of them have posted about the embassy warning, but I'm not seeing anything about it other than that. Very strange. Cami Duda says, I'm worried our embassy will be the target. The shark says maybe they don't want a panic. Ruth says, I can't find any city live cameras. Spectra Vision says hackers discovered unsecured CCTV cameras and were using them for OSINT. This overkill says Ukraine shut down live streams a few years ago. You can find articles about it from 2022. That's what I thought I remembered. That's what I was mentioning. I thought like you weren't allowed to do it. I can't find anything about it in the articles. Anne thinks there won't be anything that happens. It's possible. The Air Force of Ukraine just said that there were launches of guided aerial bombs by enemy tactical aircraft in Sumy Oblast. So airstrikes happen there all the time. Sumy is not where Kyiv is, though. But they just posted launches of guided aerial bombs by enemy tactical aircraft in Sumy Oblast, Sumy region. They just posted that. Wilma Flintstone says live streams might expose where air defense is located, so they said they wouldn't allow Skyline live streams. Bubba says, I remember Ukraine took down the live streams after the invasion. Well, we'll stay on for a little while longer. A very strange, I believe unprecedented for Ukraine, warning by the US Embassy. Olis says we had some drones early morning, no alert as of now. But really, I've been checking a lot of Ukrainian news, and I am not seeing any new reporting on this. And just so you know, the time that this alert was issued was it was 2.5 hours ago, 7:18 a.m. local time, 7:18 a.m. It wasn't even that far before it would open, right? They at 7:18 a.m. said we're closing our embassy for the day. So not that much before it would have opened. And the hours are normally 8:30 to 5:30 according to Google. I'm looking at the website. So if that's right, if the hours, if it's 8:30 when they open, that would only be, they would have announced this like an hour and 15 minutes before it opened. Yes, Jenna Ferrari, Maggio, we talked about the, well, Russia didn't say they were definitely going to respond with nuclear strikes, but we talked about the ATACMS being shot into Russia. We did a whole stream for 3 hours before this, talking about that stuff. But I'm not talking about it anymore because I'm kind of worn out. Aulis, I think Aulis might be in Ukraine. Aulis says we don't do video or photo of attacks because it's war. PP says they're in Kiev. Special hello to anybody in Ukraine watching. We'll go a little while longer. If I get off the air, I can always come back on the air if something big happens, you know. Paul Trevor says, why isn't Ukraine telling civilians to move away from around the embassy? Well, again, I don't know that Ukraine thinks anything is more dangerous today than it was yesterday. I have no idea. And this alert says, location Ukraine, all districts. Do they usually launch attacks at night? Russia can attack during the day. That's happened before. But something could not happen all day. Something could happen in 5 minutes. Something could happen in 10 hours. We just don't know. But to repeat, I just have seen not a peep of anything new, either in Ukrainian media or even in American media. There's no like new reporting on this in American media. It's really weird. Maybe I'll do a quick poll about it. I'm doing a quick poll. Will there be a quick air attack on Ukraine today? Oh, sorry, I'm yawning. When you see reports on it, though, there's nothing new. It's just literally saying what the warning is saying. Over there on YouTube, 2/3 of YouTube think there will be a big attack on Ukraine today. Over there on Twitch, $50.50 on Twitch, 63.37 on YouTube. By the way, I really appreciate our moderators who have stayed with us. Roberts, May Queen, and Ruth Krafasi over there on YouTube. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Idaho Star, I Got That Fire on Twitch. K. Lowry Body over there on Facebook. Oops, I messed something up. There we go. K is on Facebook. I'll thank our other Facebook mods in a second. Hey, thanks, King Shrek. King Shrek, I'll enable it after this stream. Hopefully. Maybe I'll give it to 3 a.m. my time. Oh, thank you, Crispy. Hey, Crispy, thank you. That's really nice of you. What do I think the solution is? I don't know. But I think it's going to be hard for them to reach a negotiated agreement, given what each side is going to be okay with. We'll have to see what happens. Thank you, Crispy. That's really nice of you. All right, so 65% on YouTube think there will be a big air attack on Ukraine today, and 50% on Twitch. Thank you for voting. Thanks also to all of our other moderators as well. By the way, we do have, I never know when a big news event's going to happen. I would suggest you turn on our notifications, specifically our free notifications, which work awesome, which we have set up ourselves over on Discord. The mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat. You can turn those on for free. They work great, so you don't miss a stream. And you can find them in the find the link to the notifications in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. Also, we have a chat over there on Discord. You can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. Check out our Discord chat. It's at the same link as the notifications. Check out the chat. We'll give it a few more minutes here. It's kind of weird because there's so little American reporting it on it. But I guess it's 3 in the morning in America, but still. Just like nothing about it. Oh, thank you to Calvin Aubrey. Hey, Calvin, that's really nice of you. I appreciate that, Calvin Aubrey. Thanks. It won't be a very exciting stream for you guys if I fall asleep on the air. Thanks, Jen's Crunchy Vax, our member. She says Russians were against Putin. Are they still? I can't tell you what the average Russian thinks. That's a good question. I'm going to give it 5 more minutes. When we hit 3 a.m. my time, then it's time. By the way, when I'm off the air, I'll still post updates if I see them on my X account, which is @Lookner. I'll post a link in the chat, but you can follow me there for updates. Who else should I shout out? Shout out some subscribers and members. Maybe I'll do that right now while I have a second. Like Dr. Trilogy is a subscriber, and Gonzalez on Twitch, and Cameron Patrick, and Night Fox, and Devil Doc, and Twitcher 2012. Thanks for subscribing. All of our other Twitch subs too. K. Larry Body, Margaret Riley, both modding. Thank you. Ronald Egnor. Paul Anderson modding. Thank you, Paul. Lynn Powell, our subscriber. Thank you on Facebook. Tanya Rebecca says it's 7 p.m. in Australia. Hey, shout out to some of our YouTube members, like Benny Hill and Berry and Jen's Crunchy Vax and Chris Fjord and Knox Corvus, SJ Mama of 6, JJ, Mr. Ray Romantico. Gave so many memberships. Thank you. Pink Volo. I was hoping that if nothing else, I could get you more information on this. I haven't even been able to get that. I figured, well, something might not happen for a while, if at all, but at least there'll be some more information. But there really just hasn't been. And again, I'm not seeing a lot of concern coming out of Ukrainian media, except for what there always is. Thanks to Linda M., our member too. But again, if something big happens, we can always come on the air. I wonder if, the U.S. was extra sensitive because yesterday Ukraine fired a US-made ATACMS missile into Russian territory for the first time. So I wonder if the U.S. is being extra cautious because of that. But they said they had specific information. They've received specific information. Yeah, rain, hold alert. It's possible when I get off the air something will happen, but I can come back on. if that happens. Robert's watching on X. Wow, Crypto King. Thank you so much, Crypto King. That's really nice of you. We're just about to 3 a.m., guys. We're just about there. Guys, I hate to say it, guys. I hate to say it, but I can't do a 16-hour stream waiting for this. So I'm certainly willing, if things develop, to come back on and do more coverage. Okay? But you reach a point where we were going to get off the air like 2.5 hours ago. And this happened right as we were getting off the air. That's when I heard about it. So there's only so much I can do. I mean, again, I'll keep an eye on it. If I'm off the air and I hear like some big news, like something's imminent, I'll come back on the air. I promise you. I already thanked everybody for watching. Thanks to everybody who donated too. That's so nice of you guys. That's what keeps this channel on the air. So thank you. Subscribe and follow the channel. And again, turn on the notifications. The mods will post the link to sign up for the notifications in the chat. And it's in the description of the video. So you know when we're going live. Oh. Dodongo says it ain't worth staring all night. Again, I will if there's big news, I will come on and cover it. I'm sorry I wasn't able to get you more about this, but I tried. I don't even see like rumors in Ukrainian media. I've seen nothing. If you missed it and you want to see the talk about the ATACMS and the Russian nuclear doctrine and some stuff on the cut cables, just rewind the stream. That's what we covered. That's what we covered the first few hours. Shout out again to our mods: Roberts, May Queen, Ruth Krafasi, Linda Bell, Clary. I really got to get some rest. K Body, Margaret Riley, thank you. Idaho Star. I got that fire. I thanked our members and our subscribers. Thank you. Yeah, this stream's on YouTube. I'm looking at it. How do you know when we're coming on the air again? Sign up for the notifications. Follow us on X, at Lookner on X and at Agenda Free TV on X. I post there all the time when we go live, at Agenda Free TV. You can turn on notifications on your platform and also can sign up for our Discord notifications. You know what I didn't even notice? There was this came out about 14 hours ago. This one was 14 hours ago. I didn't even see this one. 14 hours ago, the the U.S. Embassy, this was 5 p.m. on Tuesday, said persistent Russian attacks targeting civilian infrastructure throughout Ukraine may result in power outages, loss of heating, and disruption of municipal services. I mean, they might have issued this before, this kind of thing, because that's what's been happening for a couple of years now. Missile attacks and falling debris will pose safety risks. We encourage citizens to exercise heightened caution over the next several weeks. So it's interesting, but it's not about a specific threat. And it seems to describe stuff that's been happening there periodically. Whereas the other one was just very specific and about today. Yeah, this one here. That's very specific and about today. Thanks, Brian Massey. Rain Sunder says, buy toilet paper. Thanks, Henry Plock, too. And Saint Guppy. Yeah, some of our viewers mentioned that Washington State is about 20% without power right now, according to poweroutage.us. From the weather there, stormy weather. But we're not covering that right now. Guys, I think it might be time right now. I think it might be our time. I don't have anything new right now. All right, well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. If there's something big, will come on the air. Sorry, I'm wiped out right now. All right, guys, thanks again to our moderators. Thanks to all of you for watching. A reminder for those, if you're watching on YouTube, I would recommend you turn on the YouTube notifications, which requires you to, after you subscribe, you click the bell here and you choose all notifications. Do that on YouTube. And Agenda Free TV on X and me on X. Me on X, I will post on X when I get updates about big news. At Lookner on X. And Agenda Free TV, at Agenda Free TV on X. I'll post scheduling updates there, updates about the channel. All right, I'm sorry I wasn't able to get you more information. I mean, good that nothing's happened yet. Good that nothing has happened yet. But I'm sorry I couldn't get you more. I tried my best. I tried my best. So I'll keep an eye out. And maybe if something big happens, I'll do my best to get on the air. All right? But it's only, what, 10:08 a.m. there. Something could happen in 6 hours. Okay, Rogue Freeman, thanks for watching. Mary, everybody on Kick, thanks for watching over there on Kick. I appreciate it. What is this now? Hold on. What are people saying on Kick? Oh, we got verified on Kick. Whatever that means. We got a check mark on Kick. So whoever asked, some people said they asked. Whoever asked on behalf of the channel, thank you for asking. Trent Ann said you're verified on Kick. Oh, Nabil is here. Hey, thanks, Nabil. Nabil from Kick stopped by the chat. I can see that right now. Nabil is with Kick. Thanks, Nabil. I gotta get the monetization set up and everything. That's really nice of you. Thank you. Liking it so far. Shout out to Nabil. All right, guys. So again, I don't have anything to give you right on now on this. I will certainly keep an eye on this. It's a very weird warning from the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv. What can I tell you? All right. So, and if something happens in 10 minutes, I'll just come back on the air. I'm not going to bed in 10 minutes. So I will come back on the air from that. So again, thank you to all of our moderators. You're awesome. I appreciate you guys watching. Let's hope that nothing happens and there's not some big air attack, but we'll just have to see. And if you missed our coverage, of the latest developments in Ukraine, watch like the first 2.5 hours of this stream when we were bringing you updates on information. Thank you to Ping Pong Dong, Bo, Moneymaker, Pink Volo, Stephanie, Robert, Publix Chicken Tender Sub, Get Ya Pull, thank you. Verstappa, AKF, Jane Jones, and others. All right, guys, thank you for watching. Again, if I hear more, if there's big news, we'll do another live stream. Nothing is stopping us from doing another live stream. Can always do another live stream. But I really appreciate you being here. Sorry I couldn't get you some more information. That is what I have right now. Just looking one last time. All right, that is it for now. Thanks everybody for watching, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.